think on the council side, we are waiting for Councilmember Weinberg. City manager, are all the staff that we need for beginning present?
Yes, Mayor, I believe so.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg, there we go. So City Clerk, would you begin the recording?
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. I will call to order this regular meeting of the Los Altos City Council at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, June 28th, 2022. City Clerk, would you please establish quorum?
Yes, Mayor, and members of the council, if you are present, please indicate so by saying so. Councilmember Fliger.
Here.
Councilmember Lee Ang.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Present.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Here.
Mayor Enander.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And we do not have a scout with us this evening, so if you would all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And we had a closed session this evening. There is nothing to report out about the closed session. We will move now to special items. And the first of these is a proclamation recognizing July as Parks Make Life Better Month. And I'd like to ask the city clerk to please put the proclamation up for the moment. And then he's going to switch to something else for me in just a moment. So this is something that we've done every year for at least the last several years. I know that Jamie Chu, who's here from our Parks and Recreation Department, loves to talk about parks. And so I'm going to ask Jamie if you just want to say a few words while the city clerk is getting the proclamation up.
I would be happy to. Let me bring. No, I just wanted to say that the Parks and Recreation Department and the Los Altos community are really excited that July is being proclaimed Parks Make Life Better Month. Because parks really do make life better. It enables us to create community through people, parks, and programs. From the wonderful new community resource of our Los Altos Community Center to the existing and beloved Redwood Grove and Shout Park, our community is full of recreational opportunities. Myself, along with all of our dedicated, hardworking team of Parks and Recreation professionals, we really do look forward to building, fostering, and programming recreational opportunities for all. And we really are looking forward to building and serving the Los Altos community. And we just want to encourage everyone to go out and enjoy all of our parks, facilities, and programs, especially in the month of July.
Thank you very, very much. And so you see the proclamation before you. I want to call your attention to one clause and then talk a little bit more about that. And that is the last whereas that says, whereas Parks and Recreation benefits from direct resident involvement in local government, from suggesting locations for the acquisition of new park space to the offering of new programs and activities. And so I want to call attention here that many of us know the history of the involvement of people like the Laves in the acquisition of the Redwood Grove, the activity of people in around the old Grant Park, what used to be the school. I'm thinking of Betsy Reeves, Cindy Andrews, who were involved in getting the city to acquire the land that became Grant Park. But a couple of weeks ago, I got a delightful letter from a gentleman by the name of Richard Foley. And I'd like to ask the city clerk to put that document, a document up, because I don't think many of us know this story. And this really talks about not just how parks benefit our community, but how the individual and collective action of people within our community sometimes gives us our parks and certainly contributes to our recreation. So what happened was that 50 years ago, a gentleman by the name of Richard Foley, who was living down in the area of Lisa Lane, and spoke with the people who owned a vacant piece of land. It was the Holy Order of Nuns. And based on that conversation, he wrote to the city manager and suggested that, gee, wouldn't it be cool if we could lease that land and turn it into a park? This was, again, August of 1972. I'm happy to say that a year later, the city had concluded the lease and began developing that park. It was opened as a park 2 years after that. And a little more than 3 years after that, the city purchased the land. Now this is gonna be a test for my council members. Does anyone here know which park this is today? Going once. Oh, Lynette knows. Go ahead, Lynette. Councilmember Liang.
Is he talking about Mary Mead?
He is. This is Mary Mead Park. And so perhaps without the action of this one resident who no longer lives in Los Altos, but did for many years, we might not have one of our favorite parks. And Mr. Foley is with us this evening. So I know he had some medical things happening. I'm not sure how much he wants to speak, but I'm going to ask the city clerk to unmute him if he can't unmute himself, and just give Mr. Foley a moment to say something.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I unmuted myself, but I'm not going to be on the video tonight. What great timing I had to write the letter. I didn't know that this is the Parks Month. Yeah, I lived on Lisa Lane, which is roughly, as you know, at the corner of Grant and Fremont. And it was a relatively new development of about a dozen homes, 6 on each side. And behind it was a vacant lot and the Shell station, or the Chevron station, which is at the corner of Grant and Fremont Avenue. And to the east of the vacant lot was the Mary Mead Nun facility, but they owned the lot, and it was vacant for 11 months of the year, and every summer, I think July or August, they would lease it out to a carnival, which would run amusement thing, typical traveling carnival. A lot of fun for a limited number of people, but not so much fun for the neighbors. So anyway, that kind of prompted my suggesting to the nuns that would they be interested in A, perhaps being a little better neighbor, and B, perhaps increasing their cash flow a little bit, if we could entice the city to build a low-cost park with a couple of tennis courts. Now, I admit to, as my father would call it, enlightened self-interest in that last statement, because I was a tennis player and I was looking forward to having 2 or 3 tennis courts within walking distance of my home. So anyway, as I said in the letter, George reacted positively, and the nuns ran the proposition to Rome and back. And 3 years later, we had what turned out to be a very, very beautiful park. And every time I drive by it, I get a flush of pride. And I'm very appreciative for your acknowledgement, because I've long been a believer that, as corny as it sounds, one person can make a big difference. And I wanted to share this acknowledgement with my grandson, for example, to encourage him to take interest in the community that he may end up in at some point in time. So Mayor, thank you very, very much. I'm honored and proud, and I appreciate your acknowledgement.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. And I think for the month of July, there will be some very special aura over at Mary Mead as we celebrate 50 years since one resident did something which ended up having to go to Rome and back to
Right.
become a park in Los Altos. So thank you so much for coming.
You bet. Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
Good evening. City Clerk, would you please put up the proclamation for Chief Galea? So when I sat down to write this, I wasn't sure what all to say because there's so much that one can say about everything that Chief Galea has contributed in the 13 years he's been with Los Altos. I think what struck me the most was that before he got to us, he had served in literally every part of law enforcement that you can imagine. And most people think of, you know, policing as a very kind of uniform activity, and it's not. And Chief Galea had done so much in the time he was in San Jose that when he came to us, he really knew the full breadth and width and depth of what policing and law enforcement was about. We have benefited from that for the past 13 years. I know we are all very sorry on the one hand to have him leaving, but we wish him well. It's a well-deserved retirement. We know he has lots of things planned for that retirement period. And so I just want to take this time to thank you, Chief Galea. I don't know how I can say anything other than Chief Galea. You've just been that for so long now and done so much for our city. We wish you the best. And I want to give my other council members a chance to say something, even though we were all at a retirement, or most of us were at a retirement activity that involved a number of your colleagues. And I know how much they respect you and everything that you've contributed to the profession. But I'll just go real quickly and see if any of my other council members want to say anything, because I know your actual goodbye day is very close. Vice Mayor.
I just want to say big thanks. I won't go into anything else. We did, we said a few more words at the party. So just big appreciation, Chief. Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Flagger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will be brief as well. I just really wanted to publicly thank Chief Galea for his service throughout the community and especially in Los Altos the last 13 years. We will miss you. Thanks for everything. All the best. Congratulations.
And Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, thank you for all that you have done for our community, and I hope you have a fantastic retirement. Enjoy life.
And Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I just can't thank you enough for everything you have done to keep our community safe, keep our community informed, keep our community engaged with all your knowledge that you shared with us at the senior programs. And thank you for all your coffee talks and your education moments for our community. And we look forward to you enjoying your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Chief Galea, and best wishes to you and your family. So next, do we have any requests for changes to the order of the agenda? Okay, then are there any public comments for items not on the agenda?
Members of the public, if you'd like to address the council on items not on the agenda, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen, and then we will begin to call on you. Mayor, I have a total of 5.
Okay, can we ask if they'll each speak for 2 minutes?
We have 6 now. Does your 2 minutes still hold?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me. Our first public speaker is by the name of Tanya Malouf. Tanya, are you there?
I am. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I'm calling in about the military item that is to be approved at some point. I'd like to say that we all know that Black and Brown individuals, people of color, people with disabilities, and those who are experiencing a mental crisis are more likely to be subject to lethal and less lethal weapons, as has been shown throughout history and continues today. This policy says nothing about protecting these populations from use of this equipment based on perceived or unperceived biases. I suggest a statement should be added acknowledging this discrepancy, and implicit bias training must be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, excuse me, is Roberta Phillips. Roberta, are you there?
Yes, hi. I assume you can hear me?
We
Yes.
can hear you.
Yes. So I heard through the grapevine, I'm very pleased that the issue with Andy Jordan and the Cities Association is resolved. And just want to say that I'm very disappointed in Nisa Plygor at the last meeting for making veiled implications that one of our council members had done something that they shouldn't have, and which of course was truly false. And it turns out this was, a lot to do about nothing. And, I just don't like council members trying to humiliate other council members. Not professional, it's not kind, and it's not the kind of leadership that we want in town.
I believe Ms. Phillips is finished. City Clerk.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker, Christine Lenz. Christine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
And we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening to all of the Los Altos City Council members. My name is Christine Lenz, and I'm a 20-year resident of Los Altos. I'm calling this evening to comment on the Los Altos Police Department's military use policy per the order of the Assembly Bill 481. In the current policy, all of the authorized use cases for military weapons have the wording, quote, may include, but are not limited to. I find this very vague and would feel that it is imperative for the safety of our citizens that we have a more specific description and have that in writing. It's not acceptable as an authorized use policy because it doesn't limit all of the usage cases. I think the more specific we are, the better everyone will feel. There needs to be specific limitations on usage without the quote, but are not limited to wording. And I just think that we need a list of acceptable and unacceptable use cases. I think that is what is required. And I think that is actually the spirit of the bill itself, and which has now become law. Thank you for understanding.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Jill Woodford. Jill, are you there?
Yes, thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I'm also calling in about the CDCR military equipment use policy, AB 481. I did look through the link that was posted for the Los Altos Police Department, and I have two things I'd like to ask to be clarified before anything's approved by City Council. In reading from the state legislature, says the mechanisms to ensure compliance with the military equipment policy use policy, including which independent persons or entities have oversight authority, and if applicable, what legally enforceable sanctions are put in place for violations of the policy. And I did not find that information in the Los Altos policy. So I would like to ask that there is an independent person or entity named for oversight and what those sanctions, enforceable sanctions would be if there is a violation of the policy. And then the second thing was the next item on the state bill, which said for a law enforcement agency, the procedures by which members of the public may register complaints or concerns or submit questions about the use of each specific type of military equipment and how the law enforcement agency will ensure that each complaint, concern, or question receives a response in a timely manner. And if someone does make a complaint, I would just like to ask that they be able to log that complaint through the independent intake portal, that they wouldn't have to go directly to the police department, that they would have the same options they have for any other complaint about the police department. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to my comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tony Moose. Tony, are you there?
I am. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm also calling in regards to AB 481, and I want to just make 2 points. Some listings in the inventory list are vague or seem incomplete. For example, the AR-15s are not the same rifle as the M4 rifle, yet they're combined together. And in addition, the policy says nothing about who is liable when an officer damages property, injures a person, or kills a person unjustly, as proven by an investigation, for example. Who is liable? The officer, the police department, the city, the taxpayers? This policy definitely needs more detail in this regard. So at present, I cannot endorse it as it is written. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cindy Sidaris. Cindy, are you there?
Cindy, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. My comment is regarding the proposed draft military equipment use policy created to satisfy California's AB 481 that was removed from the City Council agenda for the June 14th meeting. I'm opposed to the draft policy and strongly urge the Council to send it back to staff for revision. The proposed draft policy does not include processes for accountability and consequences as required by AB 41, nor does it constrain authorized uses of military equipment. The suggested revisions and voluminous revisions submitted by Janine Valadez should be given careful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, our final speaker is Joe Bedinato.
Oh, good old Joe.
Joe, are you there?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Bedinato. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I just had 2 quick comments. One was I wanted to join the, I know it was on the agenda, but there was an opportunity for the public to speak. I wanted to thank Chief Galea for his service, both here in Los Altos as well as elsewhere. Had the pleasure of interacting with him a number of times, and I've always found him to be just a true professional and have the highest regard for the work that he's done for us. I hope the next chief, he or she or they realize the shoes that they're filling, and I hope they do a great job. With regards to the Cities Association, I hadn't planned to speak tonight, but given the ad hominem attack from an earlier speaker with a bad internet connection, I just thought, back in December, we didn't know what the situation was. I think Councilmember Flagger couldn't talk about it because of confidentiality. And, it turns out that there was a matter that was pressing that created a conflict of interest. And any council member who has a conflict of interest should just automatically recuse themselves from a situation. And, with regards to the lawsuit or whatever being settled, that is not a matter of public record. I don't know who that information came from. If that's true, great. It'll get taken up at the next possible opportunity. But it appears that maybe there's a continuing conflict of interest. And so council members who have conflicts of interest should not be serving on bodies where there's a clear issue. We don't know all the facts as members of the public, and I hope the details come out at some point so we can know exactly what happened with that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernardo.
Mayor, I see no other members of the public with their hands raised.
Okay, then we'll move to the consent calendar. And I want to note here that one of these items is the wireless ordinance. We are not going to take up tonight under the consent calendar nor separately. The agenda notice for the wireless ordinance was posted within 72 hours, but the final ordinance and staff report was not posted until yesterday afternoon. And so for transparency purposes and to make sure the public has time to review and submit written comments on the final wireless ordinance, and because this would be a consent item, not a continuing hearing, the council at the end of this evening's meeting will entertain a motion to adjourn to a regular council meeting to be held on Thursday, June 30th at 7 p.m., at which that will be the item under consideration. So it will not be on tonight's calendar for those reasons. And otherwise, is there anything that any of my colleagues would like to remove from the consent calendar or has a quick question about? Councilmember Liang. You're muted.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to pull item 8, but I don't want to pull it for discussion, but I want a separate vote on the fiscal year 2022 Park and Lieu Fund appropriation item. I think that should be voted on separately, and all items can remain on the consent calendar.
Okay.
And
anyone else?
And when you make that motion on the Park and Lieu resolution, I hope you and someone who makes that motion includes the resolution as amended, because I did amend it today.
Thank you, City Attorney. And anything else? Otherwise, I would take a motion to approve consent items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Item 8, with the exception of the FY22 Park in Lieu Fund appropriation, and excluding item 9, but including item 10. Councilmember Liang, your hand is raised. Do you wish to make a motion?
Yes, so moved.
Okay, do I have a second? Second from the Vice Mayor, who raised her hand. Perhaps you want to say second. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
It's all right, my mistake. Make sure we get the verbal on the record. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, if you agree with the motion on the table, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Aye.
Mayor Enander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. And would one of my colleagues like to make a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2022 Park in Lieu Fund appropriation as amended earlier today? Councilmember Weinberg.
Mayor, I move that we pass the resolution attached to agenda item number 8 entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos authorizing the city manager to allocate Park and Lieu funds in an amount not to exceed $38,000 for the development or study of a downtown theater in certain designated locations within the city, and amending the fiscal year 22 operating budget for the Park and Lieu Fund as amended."
Thank you. And do I have a second? Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, Mayor. I will second that motion.
Thank you very much. And I do want to note again for the record, Councilmember Weinberg read the full title, and I want to be sure that we again note that this is as amended. City Clerk, would you call roll, please?
Yes, members of the council, if you agree with the motion on the table, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Liang.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
No,
Thank you. Motion passes 3-1.
I think it's 3-2.
Correct. 3-2. My apologies.
That's okay. Thank you very much. This concludes our consent items. We will now begin a public hearing on item number 11, which is a application for a proposed 4-story multiple family residential project at 355, 365, 371, and 373 First Street. This will also include consideration of a proposed mitigated negative declaration for the project. Mr. Gallegos, I think this is yours. So,
Mayor, may I jump in?
sure.
I just wanted to check if the chat feature has been turned off. I know it was on at the beginning and I was just, so we don't have public comments and chat going on through a public hearing. So I just wanted to make sure the chat feature was turned off.
City Attorney Houston, that has been disabled right after the first chat. Our apologies for that.
No, just because sometimes at public hearings, people start chatting and I just wanted to make sure we had a very clean record. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Gallegos.
I'm sorry, Mayor, may I make some disclosures before we begin?
Certainly, Mr. Weinberg.
Thank you. Before we begin, I want to disclose that I did meet ex parte with the developer and the architect. They requested a meeting to talk about the project, and I did meet with them. I also want to disclose that since February 8th, my firm hired BKF engineers as an expert witness in an action which is currently in trial. BKF did some of the engineering slides that are included in the packet and are part of the project that we are considering. BKF is not a source of income for me. I have no ownership interest in it, and neither I nor my firm have received any kind of a gift from BKF. BKF is a very large firm. I don't recognize the initials that are on the BKF slide, so I don't believe that I know personally whomever it is at BKF that worked on this project. And I note that the slides that were submitted for today are dated November 21, which is before my firm or my client hired BKF as an expert witness. So I don't believe that I have a conflict.
Thank you very much. Ms. Houston, do you want to add anything?
No, not
Okay.
no.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Gallegos. I think the floor
Mayor.
is yours. I'm sorry, Councilmember Flagger.
No, thank you. If we're doing ex parte disclosures, I will just add mine for the record as well. I met with the developer and the architect of this project as well. And so I just want to disclose that for the record. There's nothing that was shared with the developer and architect that isn't already included in the public record. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yes, and I want to disclose an ex parte discussion as well, and I would make the same statement as Councilmember Flagger.
And thank you. And Councilmember Liang.
I think, so I'm trying to think if I had a meeting with them since the last meeting. I can't remember if it was them or the other developers from, I met with a developer and I can't remember if it was them, but if I believe I went over some plans with a developer. It might have been them. So I might have reviewed the plans. So thank you. I did too.
Okay. Anyone else have anything they want to say before Mr. Gallegos takes the floor? All right, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Ennender and Vice Mayor Meadows and council members. My name is Sean Gallegos, Senior Planner. The project before you tonight is for the construction of a new 4-story, 50-unit condominium building, 2 levels of underground parking with 113 parking spaces, 65 interior bicycle spaces, and a private rooftop area. Of course, it didn't move. One second. The item tonight is a recommendation from the Planning Commission and Complete Streets Commission for the City Council to consider and approve the design review application for the multifamily development, a vesting tentative map to merge 4 lots into 1 lot for condominium units, a request to adopt the mitigated negative declaration for the proposed development at 355 First Street. The applicant has requested, and the applicant has requested one density bonus concession for an on-menu height incentive. State law requires the concession be approved unless specific findings can be made. No evidence currently in the record is available to make the findings for denial. The applicant also is proposing requesting 2 waivers for a parking ratio reduction from 9 feet by 18 feet to 8.5 feet by 18 feet, and for the elevator height to be increased by 17.5 feet above the maximum height for the building. State law does require that the waivers be approved unless specific findings can be made. No evidence currently in the record is found to make the findings for denial. The project does propose 7 dedicated affordable units, with 4 at the moderate income level and 3 at the very low income level. The project site is located on the east side of First Street at the intersection of Whitney Street and is zoned commercial downtown, multifamily, CDR3. There are a number of state regulations and local codes that regulate proposed residential development, which include, but are not limited to, all the regulatory categories on the screen above. The project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act, and as such, because the project complies with the applicable objective standards, it cannot be denied, approved at the lower density, or conditioned in a manner that reduces density unless the City Council makes specific findings of specific adverse health or safety impact that cannot be lessened or avoided through conditions of approval. Staff is not aware of any circumstances that would support such a finding. Development projects submitted after January 1st, 2020 are subject to the density bonus, are subject to SB 330, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. The application was submitted in December of 2020, and therefore the project is considered an SB 330 project. The final set of plans were accepted prior to the adoption of Ordinance 2021-478, which are the design controls that are effectively the adopted objective design standards, and therefore went into effect after the project was submitted to the city. Ordinance 10-346, which is the CDR3 design standards for the district, are the design controls that are in effect for the design. Under SB 330, there was a preliminary application, and then public meetings under SB 330 have no meeting limit. There were 2 meetings held, one for the Planning Commission study session of January 1st, 2021, and then a commission study session in February. SB 330 formal applications, there are meeting limits. A city or county may not conduct more than 5 hearings on a housing development project after the application has been deemed complete. Completeness date of the application was on October 15th, 2021. Meetings held, inclusive of today, include the Joint Planning Commission and Complete Streets Commission meeting on December 2nd, 2021, the City Council meeting on February 8th, and the City Council meeting tonight, June 28th. The Complete Streets Commission recommended approval to City Council with recommendations to add electric power chargers for bicycles. The applicant has now addressed the comment. The revised project has added electric power chargers for 65 bicycles in Class 1 lockers on the ground floor. Planning Commission recommended approval to City Council with 5 recommendations. The applicant now has addressed all 5 of those comments in the submittal. City Council on February 8th, 2022 held a public meeting to consider the proposed project. City Council voted unanimously to continue the item. And at the meeting, they provided a general discussion and comments, which included 35 comments during the course of the meeting. Staff has provided a table, attachment 4, outlining the City Council discussion and comments from the February 8th meeting. Each of those comments include responses from the City Attorney's Office, staff, and the applicant. What staff found with the City Attorney are certain things that can and cannot be done based on some of the council comments. And I'll read those. City Council cannot deny waivers or amenities if denial would physically preclude a development. The applicant is otherwise entitled to construct. The applicant is allowed to build to the height authorized under an on-menu concession for height. City Council cannot eliminate amenities to avoid the need for concessions or waivers. The City Council can condition the design of a project in a manner that does not deny the project or reduce the density. The City Council also cannot require amenities to be eliminated to deny waiver requests. And finally, the City Council cannot impose a requirement on this project in excess of its general applicable inclusionary requirements. Since the City Council meeting, the applicant made the following revisions that were generally provided, made the following revisions that were not required based on any objective standards. The elevation along First Street and Whitney Street were modified with new first and second story wall planes, stepping forward with wood siding to improve the overall cohesiveness of the design. As reflected on the screen, the upper screen is reflective of the proposed design. The lower screen is the previous design. Originally, the focal point by the applicant was to have this forward elevation with wood siding to create more of a focal point at the corner of Whitney and First Street. In order to improve the overall integration of this 2-story tall wood feature, the applicant incorporated that along the Whitney side, along the left side of the building, and they incorporated it in multiple features, including the entry and along the right side of the building facade. In addition, the project proposes a more integrated design with and reduced bulk and scale with improved articulation and segmentation. The segmentation, and I should clarify, these red lines are not reflected of these wall faces reducing. It's just oversized. I should have lowered that, I apologize. But it does reflect increased segmentation. So where previously there was not tremendous segmentation along this elevation, it is now expanded. Where previously it was solely on the first, 4th floor, it has now expanded down to the 3rd floor. Along the First Street frontage, we do have more expansive segmentation along these elements. And then we have a very large expansive segmentation that helps to break the overall bulk and mass to create the Lego effect to the building facade or to create kind of monumental forms for the building. The building design overall has been revised from all elevations. The applicant did lower the height of the parapets by approximately 1.25 feet. The parapet material varies to contribute to breaking up the massing and accentuates facades with tressometry siding. The eave elements, which were previously 4 feet deep, have been reduced to a 2-foot depth, consistent with some of the council's previous comments. In addition, they reduced the linear footage across the elevation and redesigned to turn the corners. Previously on the window designs, the windows were of an asymmetrical form. As you can note on the elevations on the screen above, the windows have been changed to a more symmetrical, more residential form. Furthermore, the balconies, which were previously had railings that were glass with a metal cap, had been changed to a metal railing with a wood cap. Staff does believe that that is more residential nature and is more consistent with the request from council. One of the comments from council was in regards to the scale of the front entry. The applicant did not modify the entrance to make it more pedestrian in scale. This was raised by staff, but the applicant who is here tonight can respond to the reasoning why they did not address the issue of scale. Staff's concern, of course, was the overall scale of the window structure and then the overall height of the awning, which could have been reduced in size and scale to provide a more pedestrian level environment consistent with the downtown area. Staff does recommend condition 19 for the applicant to work with the community development director to minimize the overall scale and create a more smaller scale and village character for the frontage for the entryway. As conveyed in the plan submittal with the council packet, the applicant did not modify the distribution of the affordable units. The screen above provides you on the left are the affordable units from February 8th. And then the units, the slide on the drawing or figure on the right is the proposed affordable units for today's meeting. The location of none of the affordable units have changed with the exception of the addition of a 2-bedroom unit along Whitney Street on the 2nd floor. Comments from the council were regarding the location of these units on the 1st floor and 2nd floor, immediately adjacent to the trash room. Although staff did convey council's comments regarding their location, the applicant did not modify the location of the affordable units, and they are still located on the 1st and 2nd floor adjacent to the trash room. Staff did recommend condition number 20 for the community development director to work with the applicant to provide for more equitable distribution of the market rate units and affordable dwelling units immediately adjacent to the trash room at the 1st and 2nd story to not be significantly distinguishable with regards to design construction materials, to try to address council comment regarding distribution in regards to location near the trash room. This is the proposed site plan, which shows the project at street level. The driveway access to the property is located along the alley, along the north property line. A standard sidewalk area with additional minimum 1 foot of easement provided along the frontages do increase the width of the sidewalk, and a 2-foot easement is located along the alley for the right of way. A bike rack is located along the frontage here. It does provide class 2 bicycle spaces. A temporary storage area, which was a concern by the council, is located along the back to the right side of the entry to the below-grade garage. Landscaping along the First Street frontage includes trees will be provided with no, sorry, let me slow down. Landscaping along the front, including trees, will be provided where no landscaping currently exists and will enhance the pedestrian environment. Landscaping area along the First Street frontage is proposed to be 61% of the area, whereas the code requires a minimum of 60% coverage for landscaping. This following slide provides the parking garage, which has 113 spaces. The parking plan has been modified with the bicycle storage being relocated from the lower garage to the main floor. With regards to the density bonus, since the zoning district does not have a density, the theoretical base for the project is 39 units. The applicant is proposing three very low units, or 8% of the base units. Therefore, the development is entitled to a density bonus of 27.5%, or 11 units for the total of 50 units. Looking at the screen above, the theoretical base is 39 units. A total of 7 affordable units is proposed. The requirement under the municipal code is for a maximum of 15% of total units to be provided as affordable. That would equate to a total of 6 units. The applicant is exceeding the requirement of the required 6 affordable units by providing 7 affordable. In addition, the applicant is meeting the requirement for a majority of the affordable units to be moderate income by providing 4 units to be moderate and 3 very low. The project is consistent with the city's affordable housing regulations insofar as it proposes 7 affordable units where 6 are required. By providing 4 moderate income units, the project complies with the city's affordable housing requirements to provide a majority of the units at the moderate income level. This table provides you a breakdown of the base density. This is the minimum required number of affordable units, which does break down to 6 units. The revised total is 7, which exceeds the minimum base number required for the site. Previous development, the applicant was proposing 3 moderate income units and 3 very low. Staff previously recommended a condition that required them to provide a majority of the units as moderate. The applicant has now increased the number of affordable units to 7, with now 4 being moderate, which now meets our standard per our affordable housing regulations. The project is seeking an on-menu height incentive concession to allow a 46-foot height, which would require the project to exceed the maximum height of 35 feet by 11 feet. State law requires the concession to be approved unless specific findings can be made. Staff and the Planning Commission determined those findings could not be made, and therefore the applicant is eligible for the requested concessions. The applicant is requesting a waiver for an 8.5, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, requesting a reduction in the parking space standard in regards to width, and also requesting a second waiver in regards to the maximum height for the elevator tower. State law does require that waivers be approved unless specific findings can be made. Staff, again, and the Planning Commission did not determine one of those findings could be made, and therefore the applicant is entitled to the waivers requested. The project does include a tentative map to create 1 lot to further subdivide.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gallegos, would you go back and explain the second item on your slide, please? The parking space clearance?
That is an error. I apologize. No, there is no request for parking encroachment clearance. That is an error. That is a different project. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was handling multiple reports at the same time. I apologize. Yeah, the waiver request.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry about that. The project includes a tentative map to create 1 lot for further subdivision with a condominium plan as outlined in the draft resolution. Positive findings can be made for the subdivision. Staff recommends approval accordingly. An M&D was prepared, AB 52 consultation completed. All impacts have been reduced to less than significant level with the adoption of the mitigation measures. A draft resolution was included in the agenda report as an attachment, which details all the findings and conditions, including making the findings to adopt the M&D and the MMRP, the design review permit, and the subdivision application for a vesting tentative map. Staff did receive comments from council regarding, they had a series of questions. And I believe a lot of the comments got back to you a little late. I apologize for that. One of the questions, and I may not cover all of them, but I'm going to try to cover some of the important ones, and hopefully I cover the important ones for you, has there been, one of the questions was under the traffic study, has the cumulative number of developments been calculated into the traffic safety? Staff's response is no, the cumulative number of developments were not incorporated into the traffic study. This study includes only an existing and project scenario. This was determined based on the small number of trips that would be generated. In the summer of 2021, the city-wide LOS model was implemented to include the near-term cumulative traffic counts from both approved and pending projects for Los Altos, Mountain View, Cupertino, Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, and Los Altos Hills. And that occurred in the summer of 2021. Hexagon reached out to other cities for their data and added their development to a model in spring of 2022. And so the model with near-term cumulative impacts, cumulative traffic took effect in spring of 2022. The proposed scope of work for this project occurred in February 2021, nearly a year before, and the implementation of the updated LOS model occurred after that date. And that is the sole reason why cumulative analysis wasn't included. It was adopted after this report was written and after or near completion. The second question was, is the information from the study pre-COVID data? Yes, pre-COVID data counts were factored to 2021 by 1% per year. Intersections with no counts were counted in 2021 and then adjusted to pre-COVID levels using control intersection and factors. The AM and PM factors were around 40%, i.e. the 2021 counts were increased by over 40% or around 40%. We do have the traffic consultant here tonight, and they can answer more specific questions. In the resolution and in the report, there was a reference to a 56-foot height and a 45-foot maximum permitted height. That is incorrect. The CDR3 district only allows a maximum height of 35 feet. The requested height requested by the applicant is for a 46-foot height maximum. There was a question regarding, is there a materials board for viewing at City Hall? Yes, the applicant dropped off a materials board a number of weeks ago, and it's been available for the council members. The question was, the applicant originally proposed 6 below market rate, and feedback resulted in increasing to 7. Unfortunately, the staff report is inconsistent and confusing with respect to the number of affordable units, probably as a result of change. Staff does acknowledge the typographical error in bullet 3 on page 2 of the staff report. It should state the project proposes 7 dedicated below market rate units with 4 moderate income level and 3 very low. And since the project provides 8% at the very low, it qualifies for 1 density bonus concession. On page 22 of 24 of the resolution, I referenced 5150. The project is 355 First Street. Apologize for that error. There was a question regarding the park in lieu and traffic impact fees. The park in lieu fee is based on a per unit cost of $48,800. Since there are 50 units, the total will be $2,440,000. The traffic impact fee is based on a per unit cost of $4,159. Based on 50 units would be $207,950. Although the staff report references the incorrect data, the actual resolution and conditions do not speak to total monetary cost. They speak generally to the applicant being responsible to pay for park in lieu fee and traffic impact fees. And that is necessary because these fees do change. Finally, I believe, and I believe that's the majority of them. And then there was also a comment from a member of the public, which I think may be important to respond to. A member of the public advised that the right side of the building has windows and balconies that are 3 feet from the property line. Another building will get constructed. It will render those balconies and windows essentially useless for air and light. There should be no windows or balconies on the right side. In speaking with the building official for the city, for exterior openings that provide light and air, 12.06.2 of the building code requires that the minimum setback be 3 feet for the first and second floor and 5 feet for the third and fourth floor. The building is providing a 3-foot setback at the first floor and is providing a 5-foot setback at the second through fourth floor, which does comply with the building code in regards to providing sufficient light and air. So the building is compliant. This concludes staff's presentation, unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gallegos. Are there any questions for staff? Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gallegos, for clarifying a lot of information and going through it in a very clear fashion. I really appreciate that. You touched on some of the key points that I think we needed to understand. So one question, and I really appreciate that the 2 conditions have been added, condition 19 regarding the front entry and condition 20. Condition 20, which is about the placement of BMRs, there's also, I've heard some question about the type of BMR. So there's no 3-bedroom proposed, you know, so the mix and the placement, and staff, and I appreciate, did address the placement as a condition. What is your feeling about the mix and type of BMR?
So staff was of course trying to follow the discussion by the council. I'm sorry if I keep saying commission, but council. And during the, you know, I reviewed the video for the meeting, and in the discussion with council, there wasn't a discussion regarding the number of 3-bedroom units. It wasn't a concern at the meetings. The concern that I had heard at the meeting was regarding distribution, location, and a very significant concern regarding the units being located near the trash rooms. And so that was the central reason. In many instances where we do have multifamily buildings, we do have instances where typically the top floor does not have affordable units, and that's traditionally been acceptable by councils for most projects, but it is up to the discretion of the council if they believe that additional units, as long as it does not reduce the density of the project or result in the project being denied, or the applicant can speak if it actually doesn't result in a building that could be built based on you requiring it to have additional larger units. They could speak to that point, applicants can.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And my only other question, Mayor, is, there were a number of corrections to the staff report that you've described to us now, and we're in the Q&A. Some of those, I wonder, are we going to, and I don't think that we typically do this, but will we incorporate those corrections into another version of the packet? I'm thinking especially, for example, we really underestimated, for whatever reason, there was the arithmetic mistake about the park and lieu fees and the traffic impact fees. And, if that's important to have the correct number in case someone points back to this and said, no, we only owe 195,000, not 2.4 million. So I would leave that up to you and city attorney, but it seems to me it might be important to update the staff report in areas that could be more important.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think the city attorney wants to address that.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sure Sean could chime in as well, but the actual number, the amount of the impact fees, such as traffic and public art, they'll be payable at building permit, and they're going to be as whatever the fee is at that time. So the applicant will run, if it's increased, it could be a different number. They won't decrease, but if it increases. So having that number in the staff report, I would say, does not lock that number in.
I'd like to make a comment about that. And that is, when I was on the Downtown Buildings Committee and we were going back and reading prior staff reports, it was extraordinarily frustrating to find unresolved inconsistencies in those reports. And we couldn't figure out what had happened with certain projects because there were inconsistencies and even errors in reports. Drove us absolutely nuts. There are sufficient issues in this, and I also appreciate Mr. Gallegos going through and correcting these. I would like to see this staff report corrected for the record, so that in the event that we have to look back on this at some point, that we do have, we shouldn't have math errors, and we shouldn't have, incorrect statements of what the zoning maximum height are, and those kinds of things. I think it would be really important to correct this. I don't see any downside to doing so. The city attorney may have something else to say about that.
If the city attorney is fine, I can correct the report, and any of those errors I can correct them. If the city attorney is fine with that, it's not a problem.
Yes, you can, but really right now the official record is going to be this staff report with that addendum of the corrections, and so you would harmonize it together like that. And so, but if we want to have a different staff report that's in the file as the corrected staff report post meeting, staff could do that.
I'm sorry, how would the questions and the amendments become a part of the report? I've never seen that.
No, let's say this went to court.
Mm-hmm.
The record would be the staff report as is, and then with the addendum. So the 45 feet to.
What addendum? That's where I'm lost. I'm sorry.
It's the questions the attachment 4, the answers, attachment 4 was the council's questions and answers. And then the question and answer sheet that was delivered to you and made public this afternoon, that is part of this record tonight. And these would harmonize
Right.
those
It's just that
inconsistencies.
it's not researchable unless it's posted as a part of the meeting documents, which
It is. It
if
went
it is
out.
something, and my question is, can someone then, is it posted in a way that someone going back to our online records and searching, based on the date of the meeting and the subject, are they going to find those Q&A for that item as a part of that item? Because our Q&As tend to cover, a half a dozen or more items.
I believe for this project, the Q&As are just for this project, and they were sent out. And I guess we could verify with Mr. Rodriguez, because I believe they are now out and part of the record and have been posted. Or maybe
Okay, if they're online, then I think we're okay. But that's where I had a problem. Councilmember Flagger, you had a comment?
I was going to make a suggestion, Mayor. I understand what the city attorney is saying, that as part of the full record, the Q&A document would be there. I wonder, city attorney, if maybe one of the things we could do, depending on how this item proceeds, is to direct staff to ensure those Q&A questions and answers are actually part of the staff report when posted. So, and I know there's a way to do that. So this wouldn't have to come back with an amended report for approval, but it's directing staff to post it with the Q&A. So the staff report now incorporates the Q&A, and they're one of the same document.
We have a staff member, our director, Mr. Zorns. You would like to make a comment here?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do want to just clarify, I'm actually on the city's website in the posted agenda. The Q&A is actually posted onto this meeting under the view details hyperlink. When you go to the council agenda meetings, it's the far right, far end, and you click on that, and at the bottom, we have posted under supporting documents, the Q&A for what we are describing right now in discussion.
Great. Vice Mayor, are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any other questions for staff?
No, I'm good.
Anyone else have questions for staff? Councilmember Lee Eng, I'm sorry.
The Q&A, it's a bunch of all our questions, and it's not specific just to 355 First Street.
Yes, no, they did do a document that's just for 355.
Okay, because then when I pull it up, mine doesn't pull up that way. So,
Yeah, they did
I understand what you're saying. It should be really separated out.
They did. They did a
Okay.
separate response of just 355.
Okay, and then okay, I'm just making sure. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for staff? Anyone else? I have one question for Mr. Gallegos, and that is with respect to the tree plantings vis-a-vis the sidewalks and the sidewalk widths. If you could pull up whatever document in my packet, I noted it as page 604 of the giant packet. That doesn't mean that's anybody else's number. I'm trying to figure out whether there's really a good width and a good ADA accessible path on both of the sidewalks, given where the trees are placed. And also there's one, looks like a jog on First Street that I was a little bit concerned about.
Well, I think that was a previous comment from council regarding the width of the sidewalk, and there was a request to push back the planters to provide increased width along First Street?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because the plans do not change the planter, and I'll deal with that separately, but as the plans exist, my concern is it looks like on Whitney, there's probably a 4-foot sidewalk before you hit the planted area. I'd like to confirm that. It's really hard on the plans to even approximating using a scale what the sizes are. Is that a 4-foot wide sidewalk before we get to the kind of the planted area and trees? So I'm going to call it the usable sidewalk. And on First Street, how wide is it before you hit the tree boxes?
I am looking really quick because they do have, if you look at sheet C 3.0, there is a section detailed through the sidewalk that runs through the middle of a tree. So, so it does show that it appears, gosh, let me see, I have to zoom in. Sorry.
Yeah, I did all that zooming and I decided that I wasn't as competent as you are to figure it out. So pardon my asking.
Sean, can you tell me what sheet of the plans that you're on?
I am looking at,
You said
I am
C3.
looking on page 28 of the project plans. 27 and 28 of the project plans.
Yeah, I looked at both the site plan and the landscaping plan. That's what those were the two I was working from.
Yeah, I mean, it does reflect, and I'd have to, let me try to scale this really quick, I apologize. Measure, 1 second. Measure. I don't have the measurement, I'm sorry. I can get back to you with that measurement. I have to pull up a different program. I apologize. And the applicant is available, they could speak to that, but
right, maybe
it doesn't appear to meet the minimum 5 foot. It seems to have narrowed sufficiently. Because if we look, and I can show you really quick. Let me share this really quick for you. So, so when we're looking at the sidewalk width that runs from here to this edge, the tree well is right here. So
right.
it is rather narrow. I can change to a different program and get the dimension for you.
Yeah, I'm looking at the distance between the planter. This is where I'm a little confused here. Not in the well itself, but the actual sidewalk, which is, I think, to the left of that. It's on one hand, it says 5 foot, and then right above it, it says 6 feet to the edge of planter. And so, and I don't know what PAE means.
Public access easement, because as a reminder in my presentation, I advised that they were going to dedicate 1 foot
Right.
to increase the sidewalk width of their property. And so that's what they were doing, was dedicating. Otherwise, the sidewalk would be substantially narrower, so they're dedicating 1 foot.
Okay, and so I couldn't tell if the tree well was 5.5 feet, which then goes back to the 5 foot width of the sidewalk, or if we're really going to have an adequate tree well and still a 6 foot sidewalk. So perhaps the applicant can address that when they have their turn. And if no one has any further questions, then we will give the applicant 10 minutes. And I don't see any other questions. So let's call the applicant, and I don't know who's presenting. So
The
perhaps-
applicant is Jeff Potts.
Thank you. Mr. Potts.
Yes, hi, sorry. Sean, I had sent you a message. The owners are on and have not been promoted to a panelist and would like to speak briefly first before I dive into the architectural revisions. You
Can
should
you-
see Albert Wang on the list somewhere.
He's been promoted.
Thank you, City Clerk.
All right. Hi, everyone. This is Albert Wang, representing the Narnia Wang Homes and 355 First Street Development. I want to first thank Sean and the other city staff, Complete Streets Commission, Planning Commission, City Council, and our own and the city's consultants, as well as the city residents, for your time and effort into this project. We know the city urgently needs housing, and I think it's a good addition to the city, providing housing, and we personally enjoy the aesthetics of it. And we know Jeff has worked a lot on it, and we know we've taken in the comments from the different commissions and city council. As Sean has eloquently listed, we did address the majority of council's comments from the last meeting. We hope the council can recognize that and appreciate it. And we definitely appreciate council's time and the previous commission's times as well for providing those comments. Regarding the two items that were slated for conditions, the affordable units in the front entry, Jeff has prepared various front entry versions that we went through, as well as for the windows, balconies, etc. We did a variety of variations. In the end, for the front entry, unfortunately, we did not find something that was aesthetically pleasing that we wanted to move forward with. That's why we kept it similar to the previous iteration. For the affordable units, of course, we wanted to come in showing some good faith. So we added the 7th BMR unit. We kept the other two near the trash room. We thought about moving them, but we did actively select a good location for the 7th BMR unit, which was a 2-bedroom. And we believe that was showing good faith. And like Sean had mentioned, further requiring us to relocate or kind of move things around would hinder our ability to make the project profitable. We're already giving up more than the required number of BMR units. Granted, there was discussion between the city and us on the mechanics of it, and if we were actually required to give up 7 to get the density bonus, et cetera, won't bore everyone with that. But we have already conceded the 7th unit, and we hope the city can recognize that, or the city council can recognize that, and we can move forward with this wonderful project together. Again, I want to thank everyone, and I want to hand off to Jeff Potts, our wonderful architect, who is probably more eloquent than I am.
Thank you, Albert. Thanks, City Council staff, for your work. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. And I have a variety of things available if we want to look at them in more detail. I'm going to try and be brief and talk mostly about architecture and the things that we've tried to accomplish with the changes we've made. Did want to make a couple of very quick clarifications. I think Sean touched on them as well. It is 50 units with 7 BMRs, 113 parking spaces. The request was for 12 of those spaces to be reduced by a half a foot in the waiver. And what that really allowed us to do was just add parking to get up to the city's parking standard of 113 units for this project, as opposed to the state's parking standard, which is far fewer than that. And so that waiver that you saw on the PowerPoint was from a 9-foot width to an 8-foot width for 12 of the 113 parking spaces. The other waiver is for the elevator tower exceeding the 12-foot overrun. Aside from that, I'll try to get into the architecture and be brief and going through it. I think the biggest change that we really made in the floor plan, and it was something that we heard from Complete Streets and also from city councilors alike, was the bicycle parking being, more of a key feature of the project, and being a better place to be as opposed to down in the basement, having power available for electric bikes. What we've done is we've moved that bike room up to the first floor in this area here, directly adjacent to the exit with the very few steps here. We have started looking into the ability to do the little bike ramp. Technically, I'm not sure those are legal per the ADA, but if they are, we will provide that there. But what we've provided is far in excess of the required parking in this bike room. Every one of the racks will have an outlet available for charging of e-bikes. We've provided a small maintenance area. This will be under surveillance and key card accessed so that the people's bikes are, in a safe space within the confines of the building. The other change in that light was the addition of 50 phase 2 EV chargers, not EV ready, but EV chargers. So far exceeding the required number of phase 2 chargers for the project. So that's one for each unit. Obviously, if someone had 2 electric vehicles, they'll be likely parked next door to each other and able to share that charger as well. So those are the big sort of changes in those lights. From obviously what we talked a lot about and heard a lot about was building massing. We know that the objective standards require, further changes to building massing and projects going forward. What we're trying to do is make an attempt to address the city comments in a way that, allowed us to strip away some of that massing that was on the building regarding the corner elements as they were discussed, and some of these larger massing elements. So what we've done is, broken down this corner element into multiple pieces here, which allowed us a full building height vertical break in the building that creates a bit of rhythm, creates that recess that the city's looking for. Admittedly, it's not a new objective standard depth recess, but a recess nonetheless. We've also pulled in the paneling to a great extent to sort of minimize its mass, pulled in the cornices all around and created more of a towered sort of feel to those cornices as they go around. And then, like I said, we stripped away some massing in here. We stripped away quite a bit of massing in here. We've created a large building massing break about, starting at about halfway down the building. This average is about 5 feet in depth and about 36 feet wide. And then we've created the focal element on the corner and also stripped away a fair amount more of the building massing that was being driven by the heavier balconies and the large paneling elements. And so you can see in the overlays where we've made those changes, we've created a bit of a stronger recess up in the corner there. And then again, a full height, deeper recessed break in the building massing as we go down Whitney Street and added the focal element as it wraps around the corner of Whitney into the alley. So we've now created those corner elements on the 3 major corners of the building where we, on the 4th corner, we have the garage entrance. So it really precluded that, that change. Again, on the sides, on the right side and the rear, we made some additional massing changes, not as significant as Whitney and First Street, but again, made some massing revisions, bringing that element around the corner, tightening up and simplifying all of the panel siding, creating these masses as a more visual element that comes around the corner, and then bringing the corner piece around from the front down to the right side, tightening up the mass, adding a little bit more of a strong vertical break in the building along there. And so you can see those elements more clearly here as we brought them around the building. From a building, detail revision, I'll call them. We took the notes from the council and applied some of those detailing changes. We reduced the cornice by half and also treated it a little bit differently so it becomes more of a symmetrical sort of building top and less of a large building cantilever wing element. We addressed the windows, trying to create a more residential window pattern within the building, away from the sort of asymmetrical window styles that were there before. We revised the railings in the building to be a much lighter, smaller balcony piece with a light metal rail and a wood cap, so that they read much more open and really aren't as visually prominent as they were before. And again, all the paneling detail was revised and sort of reduced to again break up that mass more than previously. There was a lot of discussion about the courtyard. The client feels very strongly about the courtyard in this building and what it's going to bring to the building. And so we wanted to provide a rendering of that courtyard for you to get a better feel of how that's going to interact with the building, the light that it's going to bring to all of these floors of the building with the glass wrapping around it, and the sort of, peaceful meditation level courtyard that it would be, as opposed to a active courtyard scenario. And then just a couple of the perspective renderings so that you could get a feel of the changes that occurred to the building. Previously, we had the larger mass running along the bottom and the heavier paneling with much heavier balconies and less of the deeper recessed feeling elements that you can feel as you go down the building now in these areas with the much lighter balcony rails. And then the view from Whitney and First Street as well. You can see that we've broken the building massing into segments with these deeper recesses, added the corner elements, brought the recesses up through the third and fourth floors, and created this deeper break in the building here, as well as along there. And I think with that, I'll answer any questions. I have the design review package and the SketchUp model available. If you have any further questions, we did do numerous iterations of all of those features that were spoke about at the city council, both before and after the city council. And, the entry, I guess, among all of those was the one that as many efforts as we made to change that entry weren't really satisfied with the changes that were occurring. And so we did land back to the very similar version of the entry that was there before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potts. Councilmember Weinberg, you have your hand up, and I'm just wondering, before you ask your question, would council like to see the flyover?
Just to clarify, it's not a flyover, but I can move around.
Your SketchUp model.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone? Okay, Councilmember Weinberg, do you want to go ahead with your questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Potts and Mr. Wang, thank you for the presentation. Mr. Potts, could you please put back on the screen the slide that showed the central courtyard?
That one?
Yeah. At what time of day will the courtyard be lit like this?
I would say that this rendering was done with the maximum sun.
Do you have renderings for what it will look like at other times of the day or when it's overcast, anything like that?
I mean, we did not produce multiple versions of the rendering. Just
Okay.
as it's, post-production is pretty intensive.
I understand. Thank you. Mr. Wang, I'd like to ask you, have you seen the proposed conditions 19 and 20 that staff prepared and have added to the draft resolution approving the project?
We have.
And do you, as the owner of the property or the representative of the owner, agree to those conditions?
Obviously, we prefer not to have those, but if the city council makes it those conditions of approval for tonight, then that's something we can definitely consider. But obviously, we plead our case that Jeff can show you later on. We made several iterations on the front entry. We were still not satisfied with it. We're more than happy to continue working, but we feel like we made a good effort already, as well as the BMR units. Like we had mentioned, we added the 7th unit in the show of good faith in a great location. So we feel like that's already good. Again, if you guys are going to approve us with these 2 conditions, we would definitely want to move forward.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Let me move back to staff. Given the answer that we just got from Mr. Wang, as a practical matter, how would administering those 2 conditions work? Specifically, what if staff and Mr. Wang can't reach consensus on something?
We would request from the council, as best as possible, a clear direction on exactly the type of pedestrian scale entryway that they were looking for, raising the particular issues of concern that they would like to have addressed, so that could guide staff in working with the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gallegos. And then, Madam City Attorney, in the event that staff and the owner were not able to work out a consensus and this came back to the council, how does that affect things in terms of this being an SB 330 project?
It would count as one of the meetings.
And
So
is there-
continuances count, and it would be another meeting. I haven't heard of a post approval hearing under SB 330, but I think a conservative view would be it would count as one of the 5 meetings, because I do know that a continuance will count as a meeting, and we did have a project that got pulled, so it wouldn't count as a meeting. So the other thing that you may want to do is we could look at that. So if they don't reach a resolution and the community director's decision is not accepted, then they could appeal that condition, I would say, or the community director's decision to the council, because we do have that in the code when it's a discretionary approval by the planning manager, community development director, and then they disagree, they could appeal that back to council. And I think it's the code section 1.12. We have had community development directors' decisions that applicants have appealed back to the council. I don't know if Mr. Zorns has another idea.
I don't, Jolie. I think that would be the most proper course of action, is if there was an appeal to the higher body, that's how the process would work in this particular case that we're talking about.
Yeah, and we don't, and you could add something to that condition that if the community development director and staff, or community development director and applicant cannot reach a satisfactory decision, then we could even build it into the condition, then it would go back to council.
Okay, and if we followed that route, does the appeal to council and council's decision have to be done within a year of the date that the application was complete?
I'm not sure where you're going with that. It would be, we wouldn't be running it. I don't believe we'd be running into any, are you talking about timelines with SB 330 or something?
I am. I think where I'm going is, if the applicant and staff and the council can't reach an agreement, at some point, will this then be considered a denial, or will the applicant be able to move forward with what they have in their plans?
Well, under SB 330, you have to consider and either approve or disapprove the application within the timelines of the 5 hearings. So, but if we could structure it that it could be the community development director has the final say, which then could be appealed per the Los Altos Municipal Code. I think that would be upheld.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wang, a couple more questions for you, please. Is the inclusion of the rooftop amenity necessary to ensure the financial feasibility of including the BMR units of the building?
Absolutely, yeah. So the council member Weinberg, I appreciate the question and the logic. Yeah, so absolutely. The rooftop deck is an amenity and it increases the value of all the units, including, well, I guess including BMR units, but it's how much we can sell it for. So it's mainly the market rate units that we're concerned about. So yes, and it would impact it. It'd be a big hit if we remove the rooftop deck, correct?
All right, I'm gonna ask you 2 more similar questions, and thank you for that. Will eliminating the rooftop amenity result in the elimination of on-site affordable housing?
I'm not too sure where your logic's running with that, but it would just make the whole project, unfeasible. So it would eliminate the entire project, basically.
All right, and then final question, also similar. Will eliminating the rooftop amenity ruin the economics that allow for the on-site of affordable housing?
Yes, it would ruin, I think you're going to the logic. It would ruin the entire project, thereby the affordable units would be not built. That answers your question.
Okay, it does. Thank you, Mayor. I have no further questions.
Thank you, council member. And turning to my other colleagues, any questions for the applicant or for staff before we go to public comment? Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. So when we look at the front view, could you get another view? Yes, if you have a full view, yes, that would be great. Is there a way we could put a side-by-side from the old version and this version, or top, put it on the top and put it on the bottom, please, of the older version?
I'm not sure I have the exact ability to do that. I do have the ability to transition between the 2 views.
Yeah, you do have, you're transitioning between the 2 views, but there's no way to put it side by side, so I can.
I believe Sean has that on his initial slide. It's a very flat front view. I don't know if that's something that Sean could share. I don't have the ability with the technology right at my fingertips to create that. Well, hold on a second.
I can share that slide.
Okay.
I just have to grab it 1 second. And it's. Let me share it 1 second.
I have to stop mine.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So you see the part that's I guess before it was like on the bottom is the original. So you have that bulking of that protrude out that we were claiming that was a problem, and it added bulk. But yet the bulk was just broken up, and then we added more bulk on the top elevation on the left. Yes, you added that, and then you added more bulk on the, yes, correct, on the right. How much feet did it add more into the units on those units? Because I think by adding more bulk, did it add more, perhaps 1 square foot coming out more for those units? Because those windows become closer to the road and you add more protrusion on each level.
Yeah, I believe, and I don't have exact numbers for you. These units right here had some small additions to their square footage. We were much further behind the setback before. We adjusted that to get the stepping to be a little bit more significant. These units down here were actually reduced to create this element because the previous element didn't have this step, and the site kind of angles on down the street. And so this was the tightest portion of the site before. And so the addition of this made some small decreases in the units here. And I believe that we were able to get this element done without any significant changes to the unit. I would point out that we, the attempt to add these details was at the request of the city council during the previous hearing. I want to say it was Mr. Weinberg that wanted the focal emphasis to be brought around these corners. And so that's why those areas were adjusted.
Okay, so what is the square footage of like the length of the bulk part that's in the bottom elevation? So if you measure the footage, it seems like the measuring of the footage on the front elevation and the left elevation, what's the total footage in the dark brown?
I'm not sure you're asking like a massing footage, like the
Yes.
face of those units.
Yes.
I can't answer that question with any.
Okay, so
level
because
of
by
detail at
adding
this point.
on the top pictures, you by adding the more massing and bulk on the left hand and the right hand side, I just wanted to figure out how much more footage in bulk that you added, because it seems like even though you claim that there is a breakage in between the entrance and the left corner, you added more bulk by adding those circles on the right, like on the right elevation at the top photo, and more bulk on the left and more square footage. So once again, that came out closer to the road. The other thing is, thank you for adding more charging units, but I was just wondering, as we add the more charging units, are we increasing the amp flow that is required to make sure that we can provide for efficiency in all these charging units when they're all in full use, and making sure that, yes, we're saying phase 2 units. I mean, how much amp increase are you providing for to ensure that all these charger units are fully serviceable when all plugged in at the same time?
I mean, I think that's, something that we get into very high level detail with an engineer and a mechanical engineer. I can tell you that it's significant. It's significant. It's already a significant change to not have gas. And so electrical services have been growing significantly as we remove gas and add numerous EV chargers. They do make units, programs that really work together and kind of shift that charging back and forth, so that if somebody leaves their car plugged in and it's already charged, it shifts the power away from those units that don't need it and adds it where units need it more. And so there are, services, I guess programs, I would call them, like that do help to reduce that overall electrical load, but it's significant.
Okay, I just want to make sure we, as you do your construction, you have the amp increase necessary to meet the needs of all those charging units. And I think that's something that when people are developing, they're not taking those things into account. The windows, I want to make sure, because we haven't had a chance to see the materials board, and we were not notified that the materials board was available at City Hall. Can you go over the windows for me, please?
Yeah, the windows would be a metal clad window. I would say an Anderson 100 or equal. The reason I say that, they'd be fully metal clad on the outside. The question from a interior design standpoint of whether we want a wood window on the inside that's metal clad, or a fully metal window, or, you know, some hybrid type of window. Hasn't been fully vetted from a Title 24 and everything standpoint, but from the exterior appearance of the windows, there'll be a typical metal clad window, like should be seeing in all the projects really up and down First Street, except for maybe the older project not to be discussed.
Okay. Thank you for that information. The other thing is on the roof surround. I know that you have talked about how you had the parapets, but some of the parapets are open and some are up, and then there's gaps where they're open on the roofing.
Yeah, there is no, sorry, let me see if I can
Yeah, if you could
get
pull up
out of this and show you. Let's see. How do I get out? There we go. So there's a couple things I could show you. I know Sean brought that question up as well. So you could see it in this rendering as well. And I can show it to you in the landscape plan. The roof deck is pushed back from the edges of the building. And so where we have the cornice detail, you have more of a flat roof situation. These parapets are really there to, they'll hide some level of mechanical details, but they're really there to break that roof plane. So it's not just a flat roof plane, but the deck is surrounded all the way around, with planters all the way around these sort of various areas, and then down this backside with the planters and the low parapet fence wall, and then down to the exit stair and back around. So the occupiable roof deck area is very, very secure and surrounded, and that's all based on the building code as far as the heights of these things will be, and that's what we've shown in the drawings as well. And you can also see that in plan. See if I can get there. I guess that one's just as good as the other one. You can also see that in plan here, so the occupiable areas are just pushed back from the edges of the roof to make them less impactful, really, at the edges and adjacent to the neighbors.
So one more question. If supposedly we would like one of the affordable units to be a 3-bedroom unit, would that be possible?
That's definitely a question for Albert and the economics of making the project, feasible with the price of land and construction costs skyrocketing at the moment.
Yes, Councilmember Leang, appreciate the question. Yes, like we mentioned before, any further requirements or mixing, further straining our project would make the project unfeasible. So at this point, we would prefer to hold what we had proposed, because this is kind of, we're already giving up the 7th BMR unit, and like you can see, it's on the 2nd floor in a prominent location, 2-bedroom. And yeah, so that's kind of what we would prefer, and it would impact the project negatively to further, move the BMRs around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Thanks, Mayor. So I have 2 questions, and the first has to do with condition 20, and I want to pick up where Councilmember Weinberg left off, because I was very happy he was asking the applicant about that condition. And if I heard the applicant correctly, if council requires it, then they would be willing to comply with condition 20. Is that correct?
Can you tell me which one that is? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Well, there are 2 conditions, as
Right.
we know, and I'm specifically referring to condition 20, which is the condition related to the BMRs.
And that's to adjust the locations, but not the mix, correct?
As it's currently drafted, yes.
So that question would be for Albert.
Thanks, Joe. Councilmember Flagger, appreciate your question as well. Yeah, so definitely, I mean, we believe that, we've given, I'm saying the same thing over, we've given the 7th BMR unit, and it's in a prominent location, and we believe that's addressing the council's concern about the overall mix as well as the locations of the units. But if that's something that you guys feel strongly about and want to condition this, we're happy to work with the Community Development Director, Nick Zorns.
And Mr. Wang, you gave me the same answer you gave Councilmember Weinberg, and that's why I wanted to come back to it, because I want to make sure we're all on the same page on what this condition is requiring. Is it your understanding that the condition is requiring you to work with the Community Development Director, or is it your understanding that the condition is requiring you to make these changes?
As it's drafted, I believe it states that we have to work with the Community Development Director in that towards that aim. Obviously, I can't promise that Mr. Nick Zorns and I have, and we have the same direction or same thoughts on how to solve that, but we'll definitely work in good faith as we have been this entire time. But obviously, we would prefer to not be conditioned with it at all, because we believe we've already shown good faith as we brought the project to your approval or review today. Thank you.
No, I appreciate your candor, because it underscores, I think, the concern you're hearing about if the city and you are not able to reach an agreement, then where do we go from there? And I will let you know that this condition is very important to me. And so when we move to the discussion portion, I would look to clarify this, that it actually requires that you make changes to equitably distribute the BMRs, as opposed to how it's currently worded. So I'm glad you confirmed how I thought it was worded. So it's something that I think we may raise again during discussion. And then my other question, and I think this is for you, Mr. Potts, and I know you did it before, but I've been asked about it. And so I want to make sure I understand the traffic flow coming out of the parking garage. Where does the traffic, could you describe the traffic going in and out of the garage and what streets it leads to?
Sure. And I have this site plan up here, and I can try to pull up a further blown out aerial. You know, as you know, noted in all of the city's desires for design, the parking is accessed from the alley at the far side of the building, more towards the middle of the alley, nowhere near the middle of the alley, but more down the block, as opposed to right at the mouth of the alley here. Traffic would inevitably flow, you know, in and out of here down to Whitney Street, and, you know, either up towards San Antonio or down towards First, and it would flow down to the other end of the alley, which is currently being widened in a lot of areas, but not all areas yet. But it will be widened in all areas at some point, and flow down to Loyola, and flow both again towards San Antonio, presumably, or out to First and then towards San Antonio, or back down to the intersection at the corner there. And, you know, I would presume that the bulk of the traffic would be flowing to the expressway, where some of it may be flowing, you know, towards town this way. So there's several places to get out towards San Antonio and get out towards First Street, and, you know, get out here and down here at the main intersection to get to the expressway as well.
But the immediate entrance and exit would be that alley.
Yes, immediate, all traffic would flow down this alley, which again is being widened here and here currently, and all the way along here, obviously. And then there are a few remnant parcels that, you know, don't have to do any of that work until they want to further develop, unless the city, I suppose, forces that in some manner.
And once the traffic clears the alley, they will have the option of either going left or right. So right would take them, I think, to San Antonio, but if they hang left, it would take them back around to First Street, but they will have two options. And the concern here, Mr. Potts, is to ensure we don't have traffic backing up on San Antonio. And so I'm just trying to understand that traffic flow once they exit the alleyway.
Yeah, when they exit the alley here, they'll have two options. When they exit the alley here, they'll have two options. And then obviously they have options onto San Antonio and options onto the expressway down here. I think you'll find that you get a somewhat even split of people thinking that way is faster versus those thinking the other way is faster, to extrapolate themselves from here, and really the nice, I would say the beauty of the project is that hopefully that car usage is more limited to those major, trips to work or big shopping or things like that. The site has a tremendous walking and biking score with, the ability to walk to Safeway, to walk to the park around the corner, to walk downtown. So, ideally, and I think all of our ideal worlds, people would be foregoing the car for as many of those trips as possible.
And Mayor, one more question. I know I said that was my last question. On the courtyard, Mr. Potts, and I'm not sure I would call that a courtyard, but with that area, how will residents access the courtyard? That wasn't clear to me.
So as you come in the building, and let's see if I can show a plan here sort of at the same time and toggle us back and forth a little bit. I mean, the idea, the goal of the courtyard is to bring some nice light down into the building, and whether that's diffused non-direct sunlight or direct sunlight, it's still going to have a tremendous quality of light to it. The idea is that when you reach the front doors here, which are quite a bit recessed, you're going to be able to see the corner of that glass kind of enclosure wrapping all the way around. The access to the courtyard is right here off of this sort of node where you have stairway, elevator, courtyard, and front door access, along with the mailroom and the trash chutes. And so they'll access it just here at the ground floor. Again, we don't envision this as a grand gathering space by any stretch of the imagination. It's really is to bring that light into all the floors of the building in the core, and to have a very sort of peaceful, quiet spot where you might, read a book or your email or something of that nature.
And if you go to the rooftop, can we look down again? Oh, there it is. That okay. What's the size of the courtyard?
Boy, I wish I had my ability to open my ArchiCAD at the moment. Yeah. I would say that it's roughly 20 by 40 feet. And I'm certainly happy to try to find the exact size for you.
Okay. I'll find it. I know it's in the packet. Okay, thank you, Mr. Potts. That's it, Mayor, for now.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Potts, I'm going to just do 2 questions for you. Would you talk at least programmatically why you recessed the front doors as you did? And the ancillary question is, are you concerned that overnight that very accessible long hall might have undesirable uses?
We recessed the door for sort of a variety of reasons. One, I'm trying to get to some good floor plans for us to look at, sorry. For a variety of reasons, one is just to create a covered pickup and drop off point in front. The other is to foreshorten the hallway on either side of the door. I believe this, entire really building will be sort of a higher security, higher surveilled premises. And so to that extent, we're not terribly concerned with folks who shouldn't be gathering. I'd be more concerned with the 2 benches out here along First Street, right on the sidewalk even. But this will be under video surveillance as well. When you get to the 2nd floor, we've kind of left this slot uninhabited for the 2nd floor as well. So, you've got that 2-story volume inside and outside to further bring that light into the building.
Okay. And then I think you heard me querying Mr. Gallegos earlier with respect to the sidewalks. And if you could go to, and I'm not sure whether the site plan is the best thing to look at, or what? The cross section doesn't do it for me. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, there's a site plan there. It's, you know, and I would, again, I apologize. I don't have all of these fingertips dimensions right at my fingertip. But what we've done is we've widened the sidewalk, and, you know, in an effort to, I think, you know, make it a better, I'm trying getting this, a better experience, instead of just putting trees in the planters here and just a 6-foot flat sidewalk. You know, we wanted to make an effort to get the trees out to the street and provide a bit of a meandering walk. The grates are ADA compliant and compatible, so they can be walked over, wheeled over. So really the distance that we're looking at is from the trunk of the tree to the sidewalk. And I don't know if it's, so, you know, he's labeled it as 4'3" to the edge of the tree. We've widened the sidewalk to 6 feet minimum, a little more than that in a lot of the locations, but it is sort of a meandering situation where it gets a bit wider and a bit shallower.
So there's always at least 6 feet minimum from the edge of the trunk of the tree?
No, ma'am. There's 6 foot of sidewalk minimum, but the tree encroaches into that. He's got it labeled here conceptually at 4'3" to the edge of the tree grate opening.
Okay, my concern is ADA access and the ease with which someone who is in a wheelchair can move up and down this walkway. And while I understand what you're talking about with respect to meandering, if you go slightly to the left of this a little bit, and this doesn't show it the same way that I saw it on the, I think on the site plan, it really looked like it would be, there'd almost be a place where you need to do a 90-degree turn with a wheelchair to be able to walk, you know, to go down that face.
No, that clear walk is definitely ADA compatible width-wise and surface-wise. I would say that you're not going to be, you know, side by side going down the sidewalk with someone in a wheelchair and someone walking together because of that sort of meandering nature of that. You know, certainly there is the ability to get some wider spots along those, but we do have to maintain, a certain amount of landscaping within that setback area as well. And I did want to correct that one thing that I did hear earlier. As I measured it, there's 69% landscape as opposed to 61, but there is a clear ADA path of travel straight down the walk.
Okay.
This walk is new, but will be the same size that it already is, and these, it's quite a bit different because there's actually a planting strip on Whitney. It's a little bit different than what's going on First Street.
So, right. So I think along Whitney, that ends up being 4 feet wide.
Yeah, I believe it's the same walk that's there, just being replaced and upgraded.
Mr. Gallegos waving his hand at me. I think he might have an answer.
Okay.
So I did dimension the tree wells, and so there's 6 trees. 4 of them have 3'9" depths from the edge of the sidewalk to the edge of the tree trunk, and 2 of them have 3'3" depths between the edge of the sidewalk to the trunk. If you have a walkable area in the trunk area.
Yeah, I think we have it in CAD at 4'3", but it is difficult to measure these things with Bluebeam and get real numbers, or I would give you a better number.
Okay, and then finally, would you grab your SketchUp model? And I know they're very
temperamental.
Yeah, but one of the things that's I think really still quite deficient in the presentations we've seen are photorealistic ground level images of these buildings. So I'm hoping to get some of that remedied by looking at your SketchUp.
Yeah, and I'll show you the SketchUp certainly, but I would tell you that the more photorealistic ground level views, and we certainly don't have one right down the sidewalk, would be these fully rendered views, because the SketchUp model is devoid of landscaping
Right,
and real sidewalks and things like that.
And the
But I'll
issue with
certainly-
that one, just to point out, and I know you have heard this from other projects as well, that we were very clear we did not want anything other than ground level renderings. And that we wanted ground level renderings. If you wanted to do, you know, ones that were from drone level, fine, but that we still wanted ground level renderings. And I'm still disappointed that we don't have the kind of ground level renderings of the entire project that I would hope we had. So please proceed with your SketchUp. And try to get as close to ground level as you can.
Yeah, I would say, you know, this is sort of
And I know SketchUp doesn't always do this real well.
yeah, this is sort of the eye level. And again, we're obviously missing all of the landscape and the trees, but I'm not the most proficient SketchUp user, I'll admit. See if I can. Wow, I went pretty far on that one.
That's all right. Just turn around, if you will, please. And
that might be a little too low.
there you go. And if you would kind of stop by the front door, there you go. And this is where I got a little confused because, let's see, this isn't your building, so we need to keep
No,
going.
you're right. Ours starts right
Right,
there.
so go on down to the building and to the entry, please.
Give us a little more room.
There's the entry. Because I think that gives a better idea of what's really going on there.
Yeah, so this is the view through. I think this model has the door to the
To access the courtyard.
courtyard swung around to the angle. We swung it around to the side, be a little less
Okay.
protruding in, and then you can see the two-level interior, two-level exterior space with the interior rail.
Okay. Thank you very much. We normally do take a break, as you know, at about 9 o'clock, and I'd like to take a quick 10-minute break and with the patience of our residents who may want to speak about this. When we
Mayor?
come- Yes?
I apologize for interrupting, but I did raise my hand at the last minute, so I have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you wouldn't have seen that. I apologize, but I do have one quick question.
Sure.
You want to finish what you're saying and then I'll ask?
We'll take the vice mayor's question, then we'll take a break, and then we'll take public comment.
Thank you. And I am probably just missing this, but I've been, as we've been talking, poring over these plans, and I thought we talked about it last time, but I don't see where the mail room, the package room, you know, a mail space would be. So maybe that, and I didn't look back at the previous plans, maybe that changed with the bike. But can you show me where that is? Oh, you're that little thing. Okay. All right. Thank you. Didn't have a label. I did look at the label. So thank you for pointing
Sorry
that out.
about that.
No worries. Thank you.
All right, so it's 9:09. Let's come back and regroup at 9:20, please. Thank you, Councilmember Fliger. Councilmember Liang. Vice Mayor. And Councilmember Weinberg. So we'll pick up again with questions and comments and so on from the public. If you wish to see, City Clerk, will you make your usual speech about public comment?
Yes, before we do so, I'll ask Mr. Potts to stop sharing his screen as I need to share the timer. And members of the public, if you would like to speak to the council on this public hearing item, please indicate so by raising your hand. Madam Mayor, there appears to be one member of the public with their hand raised at this time. Oh, there are two. We'll give them a couple more seconds.
Yeah, people are just back from break and they probably took me at my word at 9:20, but not really. So we may have okay, let's give it just a little bit more. One more minute, maybe not even another minute. I think some people don't know necessarily Zoom is a little bit different, but. Okay, we ready to go? We will give, I see 4 hands. So we'll give each speaker up to 3 minutes.
We'll do. Our first speaker, Ms. Janine Valadez. Ms. Valadez.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a park commissioner, but I'm speaking today or tonight as a resident of Los Altos, member of the public. I think all of the changes have materially improved the design of the building. I'm fine with the entry. It's a large building, so a large entry scales well. Trees can eventually soften this anyway. The protected entry and through views to the courtyard bring distance and perspective and draw the eyes in. It's a good design. The material boards were good, though I prefer the original asymmetrical Muntin designs of the window since I'm a fan of wabi-sabi principles, which is also why I like the meandering frontage walkway. However, if I were the owner, designer, or builder of this development, I would not be able to sleep well at night, knowing the taint of discriminatory placement of BMRs near trash with its associated smell and noise was evident in my beautiful design. I understand the economics of desirability influencing placement and pricing of units. And I understand the development must be profit driven, but it is the concessions, waivers, and density bonuses, plus the rooftop deck, which I love, plus the courtyard, hey, even light wells are awesome, that will bring profitability to the development. We're talking about the fact that out of 50 units, 2 BMRs are at the trash. Move just one. Does profitability really hinge on a single unit? I doubt it. The building is overparked anyways. Great expenses going to unnecessary parking. Why so much money spent there? The state has your back on less parking anyway. I love the e-bike facility. Many kudos for that. Council should drop the entry condition, but call on the humanity of the owner to move one of the 2 BMRs away from the trash. Be on the right side of your humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roberta Phillips. Ms. Phillips, are you there?
Yes, hi. Are you
Hi,
there?
we can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, good. So this new design really makes it look more, in an attempt to get some more articulation, it really looks more like mass and bulk than it did before, unfortunately. I'm concerned that even though they don't need to meet the objective standards, that the setbacks on the top floor, I think they could give like another 2 feet. I think it would make a tremendous difference from a perspective of, fitting with the character of our town and, not having so much bulk right up against the sidewalk. I also agree with Ms. Valdez about the low income, the BMR as being located near the trash. I would actually like to see a 3-bedroom low income or below market rate apartment because, people with families, need more than 1 bedroom. I'm concerned about the traffic impact. I don't think we're going to be able to drive down First Street. I just think it's going to be a nightmare. And I'm concerned about the green space, which is really, really minimal. And I agree that there should be condition 19 and 20 should definitely be there. So hopefully the developer will understand that, there are residents here that, we spent our life savings, we spent our heart and soul in loving this town. And, we'd like to see a spirit of cooperation. We know that you're meeting the law, and that's good, but also showing some more cooperation would really make the neighbors and make a better community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Joe Benenato. Mr. Benenato, are you there?
Yes. Hi, thank you for the time. I just had a couple of comments. With regards to the units located near the trash chutes, there are units located near the trash chutes on every floor. And I know in one situation there are 2 BMR units located there. So I don't know if it's easy to reshuffle those. I imagine not, but it's not as if only BMR units are located next to trash chutes. There are units, market rate units that are also there. With regards to, some of the comments about mass and bulk and the electrical loads in the building that Councilmember Liang brought up, I mean, it's clear those questions were written by somebody else. Asking the architect or the owner of the project about whether or not they've provided enough amperage for the e-bikes or the car charging, you might as well ask them if they provided enough electricity for the refrigerators as well. This is something that comes at the appropriate time when an electrical engineer goes in and looks at the loads and figures out how much power is required for the overall building. And I can't imagine that somebody building a commercial project like this would, set it up such that if a certain number of cars were charging, that the power would go out or breakers would flip. They'll do a good job as professionals and meet the requirements from, local jurisdictions and city and state, and they'll do a professional job. And this is why we have trouble with employees sticking around Los Altos, is because they get harassed and asked questions like this on a regular basis. I've heard from multiple former employees about the challenges of working with this council and specific members of this council, and it's just not necessary. Let the professionals do their job. Encourage them to make changes if you see fit, but like questioning their judgment about electrical loads, just to me, it's insulting as an engineer and as somebody who's worked on projects, in the past. Let the professionals do their job and, don't harass them. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Our next and final speaker, John Baer. John, are you there?
I am, thank you. I really appreciate the changes the applicant has made based on.
Mr. Bear, you muted yourself there accidentally.
Okay, so let's start over again. So I really appreciate the changes the applicant has made based on council direction, but it looks and feels more like a shell game, moving pieces around and not fundamentally addressing the council issue and the resident issue, which is bulk and mass and height. Conditions 19 and 20 are a bad solution. You all have a letter from me which encourages you to deny this project, and I still stand by that statement that this project should be denied. There are just too many things that are fundamentally wrong with this project. 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag. One of the biggest issues that residents have today and with the council is what's happening on First Street. They're unhappy. And it's easy to say it's a result of state rules and regulations. But this council, at least 3 members of it, are ignoring the elephant in the room. The only real way to control bulk and mass is to limit plate height and to eliminate roof decks unless substantial setbacks are made. And unless and until this council takes that kind of decisive action, we are going to have substandard projects like this one that are too large, too massive, too out of scale with the other buildings and with the feel of our downtown. Council can solve this problem. It will reduce between 8 and 15 feet in building height, and will have a marked improvement on the designs that get built. Simply hiding under the skirt of state law and state requirements is inexcusable by this council. There are ways to address it. Yes, there are limitations that the state is putting on cities like Los Altos. I understand and appreciate it, but for the things that we can control, we should control. The residents of this community deserve it. They are the ones who elected you, and they are asking, practically demanding, that you make changes so that First Street winds up being not just a money-making entity for developers, but contributes to the look and feel and viability and vitality of our downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see no one else with their hand raised.
Thank you, City Clerk. So I will bring it back to the council for discussion. Who wants to go first? And I'm flipping back and forth because I've got 2 screens to get to find everybody. Vice Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you to everyone who's brought this far, the commissions who reviewed it, and staff and applicants. I would actually say that one of the biggest things we hear from our residents is they want affordable housing. We also hear that they don't want us wasting money on legal bills, spending community funds, taxpayer money on needless lawsuits. I say that because obviously we just heard a speaker saying that we should deny this project. The staff report is very clear. There are no grounds on which to deny this project. None of the findings can be made. So with that, I will say that when I compare these plans that we're seeing in front of us tonight versus what we saw last time, the applicant tried hard to be responsive to our comments. So you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't, because we asked for articulation, we got articulation, and then that said, oh no, that's creating mass and bulk. So I actually don't think so. I think that the the actual facades that are added there to actually balance the design in my mind against, I'm not an architect, none of us are on council architects, but it has actually created some greater recesses, and it probably all evens out. Regardless, the square footage cannot be particularly significant. Again, I would say that they've done a good job of incorporating it. I think that the balconies are a great improvement, getting rid of the glass and going with the metal and the wood tops. I do think the recesses, again, we asked for articulation to break up the mass. We got articulation that breaks up the mass. I think the condition, at least condition 20 is appropriate. I appreciate Councilmember Fliger going through some of the, I don't mean semantics pejoratively in this sense. I mean it, to exactly understand what was written. And I think that's important in terms of placement. I think I'm okay with not including type. So sticking with condition 20 as staff outlined. As far as the front entry, I'm ambivalent. I think staff did a good job of trying to understand what went on in that meeting. That was another long one when we reviewed this. I'm not particularly, we didn't actually ask to see the front entry designs, and I don't want us to look at the front entry designs. If we're going to have that condition, I think staff should do the work with applicant, not us. So I'm going to say some of the things that I said last time, but I agree with the mitigated negative deck. I support the vesting tentative map. And I think that the design changes were largely what we asked. So basically, I think that this is approvable. I do support the conditions. And with that, I'll leave it to my colleagues to address their impressions of the project.
Thank you very much. Somebody raise a hand or I'll call on you. Councilmember Weinberg, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a very uncomfortable project because it is the largest that we're going to have in downtown, at least for now. And I think that this project procedurally did not get off to a good start. I personally I would go so far as to say offended that when this project first came to council, absolutely none of the recommendations that the Planning Commission suggested were incorporated in what was given to council. And at least for me, that really put this project on a very bad footing. That being said, I think that the vice mayor is right in that the architect and the developer have incorporated most, if not all, the changes that we asked for back on February 8th. And I don't think that the architect and the developer necessarily like all of the changes that we asked for, but they incorporated them anyway out of deference to the elected officials of our community. I support the concept of conditions 19 and 20, but based on the experience we had at the first meeting and the answers that I got from the developer earlier today, I don't think that staff and the developing team are going to be able to work things out. I think if we go forward with conditions 19 and 20, ultimately this is coming back to council. I don't think it's going to be resolved at the staff level. And I don't really have, I would prefer that it not. I prefer my preference is that we nail down what we're trying to do in 19 and 20 here tonight. And if we're going to pass it, we pass it. If we're going to deny it, we deny it. And not have to come back just to look at items 19 and 20. I don't think that's an effective use of our time. I'm a little concerned that the city manager said she's never heard of a post-approval hearing on an SB 330 matter. I think that I share her inclination, which is that it's probably okay, but it makes me a little bit nervous. And again, I just don't think that that is the best way to go. I know there's still some concern with the size of the entryway, and there are other architectural concerns. At the end of the day, really, this isn't our project. And at some point, I think that it is appropriate for the council to say, this is your property, you're building it, you're complying with state law. You get to have some designs that you want to have that maybe I don't particularly like. So I certainly would not hold this thing up because of the size of the entryway. Otherwise, I agree with the vice mayor. I think that I would support approving the mitigated negative deck, the vesting tentative map. And I'm hopeful that tonight we can clear up the issues regarding conditions 19 and 20 and not actually have to include them in the final resolution. And if we're able to do so, I think I'd be willing to move this project forward.
Mr. Potts, I see your hand up. I'd like to go through all of the comments from our council, and then I will give you 5 minutes to comment back before we move into some final decisions. Councilmember Flagger, do you want to go?
I'm fine having Councilmember Liang go before I do.
I might go next, who knows?
But Mayor, normally the developer has a chance to respond to public comments. So actually, I would prefer that he get his 5 minutes and then we can continue.
You are correct, council member. So Mr. Potts, let me take back what I said and give you the opportunity to comment. You have 5 minutes. You and the owner together, should you both wish to make any comments.
Yeah, so can we place a clock time for that?
No,
too,
well,
please?
I'll watch it. City clerk and I'll watch it. Thank you.
I won't even take 5 minutes, as we only had a few members of the community make comments. I agree with Council Member Meadows. I think the community is looking for affordable housing as well as good, well-designed projects, which we feel like we've brought to you. I'm going to take this opportunity, since Mrs. Valdez or Miss Valdez brought up the affordable unit placement, as well as all of the members of the council. If I can share again, in the moments of recess, we did have a conversation about that. Our goal would be to resolve these issues as best we can, like Councilmember Weinberg suggested, as opposed to going away into the great unknown. In speaking with the owners, we would propose moving this unit on the first floor. And I want to clarify, the trash chutes are over here. I believe what we're talking about is the trash staging area for once a week on trash pickup day. And so that's what we're addressing. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm certain. But our proposal would be to take this 2-bedroom unit here that is a moderate BMR and move it down to a 2-bedroom unit down here, which is a slightly larger unit and obviously much farther from the trash room. And that would really be, this is the unit that was, I believe, added as the 7th unit, and we would keep the BMR on the 2nd floor adjacent to that trash staging area. I mean, I suppose it could be switched on this floor or the other floor at your discretion, but that would be our solution to that problem. I mean, we're certainly willing to continue to work with staff on the design of the front entry. I can tell you that I have, no less than 15 designs of the front entry. And from an aesthetic and use standpoint, we continued to land back on the design that we have now. Certainly some minor modifications to the height of that lower awning could adjust its scale, to the human scale a little bit more. But we certainly looked at lots of other options that just didn't seem cohesive, seemed a little forced. Hopefully that was less than 5 minutes, and I'm here to answer any more questions.
It was, and thank you very much. So I'll go back to Councilmember Flagger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Potts just shortened what I had to say, because I was also going to, I appreciated what Janine Valadez had suggested as well. And so I was hoping to talk through that, but I appreciate how proactive the applicant and Mr. Potts were during the break. And I welcome these changes because I don't think condition 20 did what we thought it did. As to condition 19, like the vice mayor, I'm actually ambivalent about condition 19. I am comfortable having that one be delegated to staff and the applicant to work through to see if there is a solution. Of course, if there's something that the applicant is ready to propose right now, I'm open to looking at it along with the rest of council, but I'm also very comfortable having condition 19 remain as it's stated. Now, as to the overall project, I think I said this in February as well, it is not perfect. There are many things about this project I don't like. I wish we could change, but when we listen to ourselves, the things we would like to change are not within our authority to do so. We can ask, but the applicant is surely not required to do so. And I think we've asked twice now at two different meetings. I understand this is a SB 330 project. And so, some could argue, oh, you have 2 more meetings. So why not continue this item to see what more you can get from the applicant? I think it would be a waste of time and resources to do so, because I don't think the applicant is willing to do anything more than they have done. And they've pretty much said so. And again, we cannot compel them to make any additional changes as well. The staff report is very clear on what findings based on the evidence in the record we would be able to make. And unfortunately, or fortunately, we would not be able to make any findings that would amount to a denial of this project. I will tell you what I love about this project. It's the number of housing units it's bringing to Los Altos, both market rate and affordable. I love the fact that they listened to us in February and added e-chargers for bikes. They listened to the Complete Streets Commission. I'm also happy that they went above the state required parking requirement and provided more parking spaces. As the vice mayor said, we asked for articulation. They did that, and we're not happy. And so I want to commend and thank them for really coming back with majority of the changes we requested. And again, there are things I do not love about this project. I do have concerns about First Street site, the narrowness of First Street, as I said at the last meeting. But this is a much better project, and there are definitely huge benefits to our community to have this project. I think going forward, things that we don't like about this project, if there are other developers listening, it would be good if when they bring projects forward, they consider those. I think for this project, it's too late. They're way down the design road. And so we can't change the design of this building. And as the vice mayor said, we're not architects. And I do not pretend to be one. I can tell if I like something, if I don't like it, but I'm definitely not an architect, and so I defer to the experts. So I am prepared to support and approve this project tonight, again, with the addition of the BMR changes that Mr. Potts outlined. I defer to my colleagues on how they feel about condition 19. I am comfortable with the way it's worded. So I'll stop there, Mayor, and that's where I am right now.
Thank you very much. So I want to pick up on several of the things that some of my other colleagues have made. Yes, thank you very much for parking above and beyond what the state would require. I think that's a reflection of what the architect and the developer think the demand for this quality of construction will require for parking, and it should be a lesson to others who want to build in our city. I also agree with Councilmember Weinberg that we got off on the wrong foot with this project. And so as much as Councilmember Flagger says she hopes other potential developers are listening, my concern is that nobody's listening. That we have had several projects come forward where we are backed into a corner to approve them when the main responsibility that we have, which is to approve projects that fit into and enhance our town, we have failed because we are being presented with projects that don't fit. And even though there have been changes made here, some of which are helpful, still in all, the basic problem here that's been ignored from day one were the comments from first the peer review, then the planning commission, that the bulk and mass of this building is too great. Long ago, councils, not our council, but prior councils, began ignoring our general plan, which has FAR limits for this area. If we were still following those, even with density bonus assumptions, we would not be approving a building of this mass. We would also, I think in other days, look at what I think of as basically it's a kind of a bait and switch. The way the articulation has been created is by increasing the weight and mass on the lower floors. To me, that is not fixing the bulk and mass and articulation at all. And so I continue to have very, very serious problems with this. The problem is we have no lever to stop that kind of thing in the design. We did have a speaker who mentioned that we do have a lever that we could exercise in future if we chose to do so by changing the limits on our plate heights and our amenities. It actually occurred to me that since the state loves to say you don't have to do something if you're within a half mile of something else, and you all know what I'm talking about, I wonder if we really need rooftop amenities if we're within a half mile of a park, for example. But be that as it may, we are where we are. And so what I would feel very strongly about, and I mentioned this at the last meeting and was not picked up on, and this was something that the Downtown Buildings Committee insisted on. It was adopted by the city council, has been routinely ignored by developers. We have had in every case to come back and point it out and insist on it. And we have insisted on it in prior projects, which is not putting vertical planter elements immediately adjacent to the sidewalks. And I don't recall if this was a project that Councilmember Weinberg and the vice mayor were on council when we approved it, but we in a prior very large project made it a condition to move the planters back. I think it was 18 inches from the edge of the sidewalk because it fundamentally, functionally narrows the sidewalk. So I would not even consider voting for this project tonight unless we place that condition. I don't know if I have other support for that or not, but it is a clear design requirement in our guidelines right now, which would be applicable to this project. I don't think I need to say anything more. I'm kind of amused that no one who has a dog commented on whether a 16-foot square is actually a useful dog exercise place. It looks to me like more a convenient place to take your dog to poo and pick it up than an exercise place. But again, that is the architect and developer's decision as to what they've put there. So the next time we start talking about how big dog parks have to be, we have a new standard with which we can compare. And I'll stop there. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm uncomfortable moving forward on this because I just feel that so many of our community members have talked about, they're concerned about the canyon effect on First Street. We talked about how we wanted some changes, some articulation. Yeah, we wanted change in our articulation, but we didn't want them to just add a little, remove a little paneling, and then add more bulk somewhere else on the building. Because we just keep moving forward, the problem is no one takes us seriously. And that's why future developers don't have to. And like Councilmember Flagger said, we cannot compel them to do it. And more so, they won't do it because we're not going to be taken seriously if we're going to just keep moving on and just say, okay, we can ask. And if they don't want to do it, they don't have to. Well, there's a fundamental problem here. We haven't addressed it. We just let everyone just ignore peer review, ignore recommendations from Planning Commission, and ignore recommendations from Council. So I'm not comfortable moving forward by making it more bulkier, increasing and exacerbating the canyon effect here, and just not addressing the entrance as well and keeping it to human scale. I think it's important for us to do our job, and I'm willing to do our job and make sure that if it needs to come back, it can come back and we do things right.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Council Member. And I neglected to say that I do also would support retaining the condition with respect to the entranceway and having staff work on that. It is simply not human scale. It does not fit the building and it does not fit our city. Council Member Weinberg, I think you raised your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, I think, for the city attorney. Is the set of circumstances that the vice mayor mentioned with respect to the vertical planters being at least 18 inches away from the sidewalk something that the council can base a denial of the project on?
No, I would say not. I mean, what is the health and safety effect in this is Housing Accountability Act. So what is the health and safety concern that cannot be mitigated? And what is, I changed my headset. Can you hear me?
Yes. Very well. I think the question is this an objective standard that existed prior to the application being submitted, giving the council the authority upon which to deny the project for not meeting that standard?
That's a different question, I think, than the one you first asked.
Okay.
I think, can we condition the approval on making them do that because it's a design standard?
You could ask for a condition as long as it does not reduce the density or otherwise make the project infeasible. So I'd ask Sean, because I'm not sure about the sidewalks and those planter boxes.
All right, well, before asking Sean, I mean, can we ask the applicant or the architect, is it possible and is it something that they would be willing to consider?
Yes, you can ask me. And yes, it's possible. And yes, I believe we're willing to do it.
Madam Mayor,
we
does
will
that
have to
solve the
make
concern?
sure we will have to make sure that we still meet the requirements for planting and things like that. But we don't have a problem if we can push back the planter wall and create a low level planting as well as the other two steps that are already there.
Yeah, what was done elsewhere, Mr. Potts, just to help you out, was they made that first 18 inches basically ground level planting, and then set the set planters up.
Yes, and we are definitely willing to make our best effort to do it. The only question I have to dig in deeper is, where does the podium exactly stop and how low can I get there, and is it deep enough to grow anything of substance? But we're perfectly willing to make that adjustment and make every effort to make that happen.
Okay.
Mayor.
Yes, I see. Thank you. I just was changing screens. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. I think staff addressed this in the table, commenting about the very long. So I don't actually remember this being in the guidelines, so they would have to comment. This isn't our objective standards, this is our previous guidelines. But aside from that, I believe, and Sean, in that very long table where they had 40 odd points that we had all brought up, they mentioned that actually it's a safety hazard having no difference between the sidewalk and the bed. But again, I don't know if Sean or Nick is on screen, maybe he'd like to address it. I think it was in our packet, but if they would answer the question.
It was, and the highway transportation people whose research were relied on by the Downtown Buildings Committee when we made that comment and provided pictures and so on of examples of it, say that it is not a problem. But Mr. Zorns, if you want to weigh in.
I think the appropriate way in order to not have this be an item and bone of contention for the council is for us to move forward with a condition of approval that says bringing back the planters 18 inches from the existing way that it's depicted on the plans at minimum, as long as there's not a physical preclusion that would affect the podium structure that the architect was alluding to previously. So that's going to be something that we would have to address in construction documents, which would come subsequently to this hearing anyways. So I think that's kind of the general catch-all that Jolie would need to help us craft in order to be able to proceed with that type of a condition. It's also something that inevitably we would want to have something like that, because in construction documents, we do need to make sure that we are able to address it one way or another, and there needs to be a path of least resistance in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Zorns. So, Mr. Weinberg, I think you beat Councilmember Flagger, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion, but before I do, I just want to clarify, Madam Mayor, would that condition satisfy you to where you would be willing to support the project? Or are there other concerns that need to be addressed and can be addressed?
Those are two different questions. Are there other concerns that I would like to have addressed? Certainly. Can they be addressed? Can we require them to be addressed? That's a different question, which I think has been well articulated by our city attorney, where we cannot.
Okay, would you support a motion with the condition that the planters be brought back at least 18 inches where feasible?
And if we have the resolution of the BMR, and if we've got to drop that awning, we've got to have the condition on the front of the building.
It sounds like there's support for condition 19. I wanted to ask Nisa if she's okay with what the applicant has said with respect to moving the one BMR unit from where the pad is further down. Is that sufficient for you? And Nisa, do you still want condition 20, or does that solve the problem for you?
Councilmember Weinberg. So a couple of things. I want to start with moving back the planters by 18 inches. And just to clarify, I'm sure the city attorney is working on the condition language right now. I've been there. But also to make sure that it doesn't create a public health and safety issue, because I think that's one of the underlying concerns. So that needs to be part of the language. And if, I'll look to what the city attorney crafts, but I could support that condition. As to condition 20, with regards to the BMRs, if I heard Mr. Potts correctly, he had actually proposed moving 2 different BMR units. And that would be ideal. If I was incorrect and you were only proposing moving 1, I could live with that as well. But my preference, I shouldn't have given you that option, Jeff. I should have insisted on both, but I could be comfortable with moving the BMR unit, I think, from the first floor over to the larger sized unit. And then As to condition 19, I think it stays in. And I hope staff and the applicant are able to work on something that reaches a resolution that's acceptable. I don't want this coming back. I agree with the post-hearing approval. Basically, they need to resolve it, figure it out. Do not bring this back. We're approving it tonight, it appears. And so that would be my preference.
Mr. Zorns has raised his hand. Did you want to say something?
Well, I did just want to clarify in regards to the area of concern in regards to the location of the BMR on the first floor is actually the one that's adjacent to the alleyway, correct? Because of the temporary placement when they pull out the dumpsters, correct? It's not the actual trash chutes, correct? Okay, I do want to clarify and ask, has the applicant actually obtained a will serve or preliminary discussions with, sorry, I'm new to the community. I haven't Googled Mission Trails Waste Systems as they are the city's trash company. So have we already discussed that? Because ultimately they might require that location to be shifted down inevitably. And so that's where I just want to clarify.
Yes, we requested a review with the initial submittal phases of the project and received a letter from Mission Trails that both confirmed that our enclosure situation in the garage and the pickup area were satisfactory.
Okay.
And Nick, staff received a letter from Mission Trails that does confirm that also.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a normal process.
And then Sean has provided some language about a potential condition that the project plan shall be revised to relocate the first floor moderate income unit from unit 2G to 2B. So that's the relevant language there. And then I wanted to ask Nick or Sean about the landscaping condition number 48. I think that's where we would add that the applicant will move the front planter back 18 inches if feasible, because that's talking about all on and off-site landscaping and irrigation shall be installed and approved by the community development director and the city engineer. I was trying to find a place to park that additional condition.
Yeah, I think 48 is the appropriate location for it, for us to be able to have the planters adjacent to First Street be pulled back 18 inches minimum, as long as there's not a physical preclusion to the podium structure below grade.
Yeah.
Mr. Zorns, may I ask you one other question? I'm really sorry I didn't ask this earlier. Have you looked at the materials board? Because I'm really disappointed. I had no idea it was there. We were, I was one of the people who said, I want to look at a materials board, and I didn't know it was there. One of the concerns that we've had on councils going back a few years was the quality of materials. That's one of the reasons we required a materials board. We had a project that was built where the materials were very poor, and that's what led to the requirement for materials board. Are you satisfied that, and I don't know, based on what Mr. Potts said earlier, whether there's even really a sample window there or not to look at, or what all's on the materials board? So is there a window and the other materials that are referred to here?
There is a full scale window that is in City Hall, yes. And I would say that it is, it would be of satisfactory. It's not by any means, I guess you would say, a stock window that you would find on the shelf at a home improvement store. It is definitely more of a customized window feature, if anything. I would also say that the other materials that have been presented upon the materials board provided by the applicant are substantively in nature of a more higher end finish that would be more compatible or an improvement to materials in the immediate vicinity of this proposed project.
Okay, because our standard is high quality materials. without
I would-
having a good definition of that.
Right. Obviously, with that being a subjective requirement, I would say that it is meeting the intent of what that requirement would be if we had not been confined to certain state requirements now. So I would say that we should feel comfortable moving forward with that component of the project specifically. Yes.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I believe we did get an email saying that there was a materials board.
Well, I missed it. I'm sorry, but I somehow missed it. My apologies.
I'm not finding it, but I do remember seeing it.
Yeah, I don't remember, so I don't know.
It was in the packet. So if you read the staff report last week, you would have seen it mentioned it was in the office, in the city hall.
It was in the packet and yet it's been there for weeks. I don't understand that, but that's not Mr. Potts' issue. So we'll go from there.
Maybe that's where I saw it. I saw it somewhere.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion? Mr. Weinberg?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm ready to make the motion, but I just want to get some clarity before I do. My understanding is that with the applicant moving the 2-bedroom BMR on the first floor as currently depicted on the screen, there is consensus among the council to move this forward with condition 19, but not condition 20, but adding in a condition with respect to the 18-inch move back of the planters as was previously discussed. And it's also my understanding that Councilmember Liang won't support the project for reasons that are incompatible with state law. So I don't think I can craft a motion that would get her support. But as I stated it, does that get the support of the other 4 of us?
I see hands going up.
My Vice Mayor, may I? Because I would say, in my opinion, condition 20 stayed in there, but it specifies that it moves from 1B to 1G or whatever the number.
2G to 2B.
The first floor is numbered 2. Okay. Well, whatever. If we specify the ones that the move that we've agreed on in the discussion, then that condition stays in, but it's a non-issue because it's agreed.
Yeah, that seems to be a sound way to document that.
And just for your comfort, Vice Mayor, the reason why it uses the number value of 2 is that it's representative of that the bedroom count is 2. The letters are depicting it. So that don't get hung up on that.
Sorry, I should have figured that out. Thank you for the clarification.
Then there will be a modification to condition of approval 48, the landscaping and irrigation installation. And
I like the way Mr. Zorn put that, was to move it back unless there's a structural problem with the podium.
Yeah, unless it physically precludes, or I think it's something to the podium below grade.
Yeah, I said that is to move back the planters as proposed adjacent to First Street, a minimum of 18 inches, unless there is a physical preclusion with the construction of the podium structure.
Below grade.
Yes.
I got
that part too.
And I'm impressed because Mr. Zorn's managed to say the same thing exactly the same way 3 times in a row, which I have a hard time doing during meetings.
Yeah. We just need clarification. Yeah, so condition 20 staying, but it's going to be including it's just going to say the project plans shall be revised to relocate the first floor moderate income unit from unit 2G to 2B. And the front entrance is remaining, that condition remains. And then 48 is going to be revised. And I think those are all of our modifications.
Right, we had 19 in there, right? 19, which is the entrance?
Yes, 19 remains, 20 gets modified, 48 gets modified. And when you make your motion, please make sure you specify that you first need to adopt you adopt the resolution that adopts the initial study mitigated neg deck, and it also approves design review and the subdivision map act with the conditions of approvals 19, 20, and 48 as modified.
I recall that, and I don't recall if it was you, city attorney, or someone else who said that with respect to the front entrance condition, it would be better if it said something that, you know, it is a staff thing and they are determinative.
That, I was talking about the I was talking about the BMR, but you could say the applicant.
No, someone was saying specifically with respect to earlier tonight in the discussion, with respect to the entrance, that it was currently worded in a way that left it, I think it was maybe Councilmember Flagger, that there were ambiguities there and that it should be more clear that it would be the staff determining what it was. Councilmember Flagger, am I remembering correctly?
So my point does apply to condition 19 as well. I was referring to condition 20, but based on how it's worded, it doesn't necessarily require a change. It only requires that they work with staff.
And I would say we need to require a change because what's there is not human scale.
I'd like
Are you
to,
ready to wind this all up?
I am, based on your last comment, I mean, it sounds like you're not going to support the motion.
Oh, I will.
Yep. Okay.
With
All
those
right.
changes,
And
I
then
will.
Jolie, I think I heard you say there were 2 resolutions. I only see one in the packet.
No, there's one resolution.
Okay.
And it adopts the mitigated neg deck, the design review, and the TMAP.
So, Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos approving a design review and subdivision application for a new 50-unit multiple family condominium project at 355 First Street and a mitigated negative declaration. This is included as attachment 1 to agenda item 11 in the packet for today's meeting, with 2 amendments to the conditions of approval. One is that condition 20 is modified to note that the applicant has already agreed to move the BMR unit on the first floor, currently slated to be unit 2G. Instead, it will be moved and will become unit 2B. And then condition 48 will be modified as previously discussed to accommodate the 18-inch planter setback requirement as feasible as discussed.
And are you willing to take my final comments with respect to the entry? To make the staff determinative?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jolie, isn't it appropriate the motion should start first with the initial study and MND?
I was gonna,
And there should be a motion first and then a vote on that and then the actual second motion, or can it be a subsequent?
Put them all,
vote?
they're all wrapped up together.
They're all in the
packet.
resolution, but he said them out of order, but it's all one resolution that
I read it the way you put it in there.
it says approve a motion resolution, and then number 1 adopts the mitigated neg deck, and 2 the design review. So it's all in there. He did, so it was a little out of order.
Do we need to change the order as it's written at the head of the resolution? Because I believe he read it from the head of the actual resolution text.
I was looking in the staff report.
Yeah, no, and he was reading from the resolution.
Yes.
Oh.
So if it needs to be a different order, then we need to amend the way the resolution reads.
I would just revise your motion that, because that's not what the staff report says. So I would say the motion's gonna,
Jolie, the resolution that was presented in the packet.
yes, I see that,
As
yes,
the neg deck as exhibit 6 to the resolution.
yes. So I would revise your motion that you adopt there's attachment 1. Because see, the motion will control. So you're going to make a motion to approve the resolution that adopts the initial study, mitigated neg deck, and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, and approves. So look at page 2 of the staff report, and you're going to approve the resolution, and then read that into the record, because that will be our direction, because we can't go changing the topic of this resolution, but the motion will be clear.
Madam Mayor, I would draw my prior motion and in its place, I move that the council approve resolution number 2022-blank, which 1, adopts the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and mitigated monitoring and reporting program, and 2, approves design review application D21-0003 and subdivision application TM21-0001 for a new 50-unit multiple family development at 355 First Street with 2 modifications to the conditions. Condition 20 is modified to acknowledge that the BMR unit on the first floor will move from unit 2G to unit 2B. That condition 48 will be modified to accommodate the DRC's recommendation previously adopted by council to have an 18-inch setback where feasible on the planter, and 3 needs to be your friendly amendment.
My friendly amendment, and would the maker of the motion accept a friendly amendment for a 3rd condition that makes the condition with respect to the entrance
19
determinative by staff?
Yes, so accepted.
To achieve improved human scale.
So accepted.
Thank you.
Clarification on the amendment. I just want to be sure. I think you're saying 2G goes to, the BMR goes to 2B, but that's where it already is, right?
I'm sorry, what I meant is that what currently is shaded in yellow on sheet A10 by SDG Architects, identified as unit 2G, shall be moved, that the BMR unit shall be moved to unit 2B.
Yeah, 2G goes to 2B.
Yes.
But the BMR right now, right, okay. The BMR is going to be at 2G.
That's on the current plan.
No, it's going to go to 2B. It's moving over.
I thought 2B was the one that's yellow on that plan. Is that not correct? Okay.
No, that's 2G, Vice Mayor. The BMR that we've agreed upon that the applicant and proponent did was to be 2B.
Okay, my apologies. What I was looking at on one of the other pages had it the other way around.
And I really hate to do this, Councilmember Weinberg, but can you please repeat the motion? I would really prefer a very clean motion so staff can make sure that this is implemented correctly after tonight.
Okay. I move that the council approve resolution number 2022-blank, which 1, adopts the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And 2, approves design review application D21-0003 and subdivision application TM21-0001 for a new 50-unit multiple family development at 355 First Street with the following amendments to what was presented in the packet. First, condition 20 shall note that the applicant has agreed to move the BMR unit on the first floor from unit 2G to unit 2B. Second, condition 48 shall accommodate the downtown building committee's recommendation that all planners must be at least 18 inches from the public right-of-way where feasible. And 3, I'm again going to look to the mayor.
Condition 20 shall be determinative by the staff to the
Should be community development director.
community development director.
19.
19, my apologies. That condition 19 shall be determined, changes to achieve improved human scale shall be determined by the community development director.
And you understand that then that could be appealed to council.
I understand that, but I don't see another solution.
Yeah. And then I think for 48, I think
Nick's text was really good.
yeah, so it because it should be the front planters along First Street shall be moved back
18 inches.
18 inches unless it physically precludes
Precluded by the
podium below.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember.
can Councilmember Weinberg repeat the motion again? Just
No, wait, though. I do have one thing, please. I just want to be sure we get this right. If you look in the plans, sheet T3, you will see that the BMR is labeled as being 2B currently, not 2G. No, I mean, I don't want to belabor this, but we're really trying to accomplish something. We don't want to do the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish. So
Are you sure you're on the first floor? Is that sheet meant?
Yes.
Noted as first.
Floor 1, project data sheet labeled T3, which is the one that it's sort of like a density bonus where it shows base density bonus models with 3 and 4. And maybe it's out of date, but it's showing that the one by the trash is 2B. So
Is that the one that shows the 3-floor 39 unit base case?
Yes.
That is not the real plans. That is simply a schematic.
Yeah, Councilmember Meadows. So there's a legend to the right, and the S is representative of studio, 1B is reference to 1 bedroom, and 2B is to 2 bedroom. The other one, they actually call out each of the units' names by the types and sizes.
Okay, so you're telling me to disregard that T3 is not an accurate representation of where the BMRs are, even though they're labeled. If that's the answer, that's fine. I just want to, if you look at T3, if T3 is out of date.
If I may,
To be clear, then I'm looking at sheet A10, which is what's on the screen right now. But to be perfectly clear, the understanding is that the applicant will move the BMR unit in yellow, which is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2 units to the northwest, which is a unit that is 2-bedroom, 2.5-bath.
That's correct. If I may really quickly, Vice Mayor Meadows, on T3, the 2B signifies 2 bedroom and not necessarily the unit type. So I think that's the confusion right there. Sorry for the confusion.
No, thank you very much for the clarification. Okay, where did Councilmember Lee Ing, I thought I saw your hand up a minute ago.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I wanted to wait till the motion was made and you guys seconded it, and I would like to have a discussion after the motion was made. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second? The Vice Mayor will second the motion.
Yes, second.
And is there any final discussion? Councilmember Lee Ing.
I want to thank the developer for having added the additional BMR unit. If the bulk was removed, as we had requested earlier, and this would have been an easy support by me as well, but I'm just disappointed that developers will continue to just ignore what we ask. And also, I'm just uncomfortable with the third the amendment, because hearing our staff earlier and having gone back and being so vague, now I know that in future meetings, when I ask for changes or when we recommend changes, I'm going to be specific and be clearer that when we want bulk to be removed, we have to be clear and be specific and say, but do not move it to another part of a building. We have to be clear that, and to me, that change in making it determined by staff to make a human scale, obviously it wasn't clear enough to them prior, because when they listened to the meeting, it wasn't clear enough on details. So I would recommend that if you want human scale, you need to be clearer, be more specific in what you want. Otherwise, from what I'm hearing, they're just going to say, sorry, it didn't work for us again. And once again, it's just going to be, it's already approved, nothing can happen. And so I'm sorry, that's the reason why I have to vote no. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I don't think any of us are happy. I'm certainly not happy with the state of California, but this is not the right venue for me to vent about that. So would the city clerk, if there's no further discussion, then I will close discussion on the motion and ask the city clerk to call for the vote.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. If you agree with the motion that's been articulated by Councilmember Weinberg, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ing.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Enander. This motion has passed with a 4-1 vote.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the applicant. And I know the staff will be back in touch with you with respect to the amendments shortly. And that ends this item.
Thank you all.
Now, I'm sorry, was someone saying something?
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Potts. I think you all got an explanation earlier today about number 12. That was just basically a clerical mix-up. That wasn't ever supposed to have been on tonight's agenda. And so now we would move to item number 13. If I can ask the city clerk to please put up the draft letters. There is one of these we are going to skip because it has been withdrawn by the Assemblyman. Assembly Berman has withdrawn the VTA bill. And Councilmember Flagger, with a couple of these where the Cities Association last week took action with respect to a recommendation. Would you please comment about that, since you were running that meeting, or that part of that, the legislative committee meeting? And City Clerk, can we get these a little bit larger?
Are these large enough right here?
It's okay for me if I move my screen a little. That's much better. How about everybody else? Am I the only one with old eyes who needs big screens? Can you see these, the rest of you, sufficiently? Okay, good. Thank you much. So this is that one that we have previously supported. It's been changed slightly. So I would like us to approve sending a new letter regarding this to the Senate side. It did not, the change did not follow what the Cities Association and we had previously said we were looking for, but it did take a different approach to solving the problem, which is that if you just scroll down a little bit, keep going. Okay. Then if you see here, the original paragraph had our recommended amendment. The new paragraph here comment the amendments that were made requires a physical quorum while allowing remote participation. The prior language said that if the person participating remotely would basically inform confidentially where they were. So that's the difference between the original version and the amended version. It seems to me we would still want to support this, but I'll take comment. And Councilmember Flagger, would you please start?
Yes, Mayor, I support sending this updated letter. I'm still comfortable with supporting this bill. And I appreciate Assemblymember Lee attempting to address the issues this council and other councils raised. But I'm also satisfied with this compromise approach.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to comment on this one? Otherwise, I'd take a motion to approve sending this letter.
We're taking motions before public comment, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'd like to take, yeah.
I have a clarifying question, please. Are we going
Okay,
to do
clarifying
this?
question, then we'll take public comment. My
Yeah.
apologies.
So we're going to go through each letter separately like this, or should we?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I would like to take public comment on all the letters in one fell swoop, however. If we have anyone who has comments on any of these proposed letters, with the exception of Assemblymember Berman's VTA bill, which he has pulled from the legislative calendar. So any attendees wishing to comment on any of these? City Clerk, I don't see any hands.
Neither do I, Madam Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close public comment and go back, and I'd take a put back on the floor Councilmember Flagger's motion to send this letter to the Senate, and I would second the motion.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I raised my hand to second it.
Okay, and City Clerk, would you call roll?
Yes, Mayor, I, just for my records, I had a motion made by Councilmember Flagger and your second, is that correct?
Correct.
And this is AB 1944. Members of the council, if you agree to send this letter, please indicate so by responding in the affirmative. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. 5-0 vote. Motion passes.
Can we go to the next letter, please? And I realize it's your switching back and forth here. This is kind of tricky, but thank you very much.
Yes, I hope it was working out for you guys.
And again, this is now AB 2011. And if you scroll down a little farther, so again, this would be a letter now going to the Senate side. And we've put specific information in here with respect to the city of Los Altos. This is not about opposing housing. This is about the specific shortcutting of input from the community, but more importantly, it basically means that whatever zoning we have with respect to retaining commercial space, we no longer can call anything, we can no longer reserve anything as commercial. And that's the fundamental difficulty with this bill. I don't recall, Councilmember Flagger, did you guys take this up? I thought you did. Yes.
We did, Mayor. I abstained because our council had not taken a position yet, but it did pass and the Citizens Association sent a letter opposing it.
Right, opposing, and it was just a straight oppose, as I recall. Okay, are there any other questions from anyone? Councilmember Liang?
I just wanted to make the motion that we approve, signing this letter and sending it forward.
Okay, do I have a second? I'll second the motion. Would you please call the roll?
Yes, making sure I'm on mute. I'm unmuted. Members of the council, if you agree with sending in AB 2011, please indicate so by responding in the affirmative. We're going to go Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I clicked away from my notes. Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you all. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's go to the next one. This also would be a letter going to the Senate. And help me, Councilmember Flagger, did you guys take this one up? Yes, right?
We did, but this council also took this up before.
Right, but you guys took it up at Cities Association.
We did and voted to oppose it as well.
Okay, so this was amended, and we take note in this letter, which is different from the original, in the second paragraph about the amendment. So otherwise it's not a lot changed. So Councilmember Liang, you have your hand up still?
Yes, I'd be glad to make the motion that we send this letter of opposition for AB 2097.
Thank
I'll
you.
I'll second this one.
Thank you, Councilmember Flagger. So moved by Councilmember Liang, seconded by Councilmember Flagger. City Clerk, please call roll.
Thank you. If you agree with the motion on the table, please indicate so by answering in the affirmative. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
I think my vote the first time was no, and I'll be consistent and stick with a no on this time.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one.
Here we go.
This is the one that has been withdrawn, and so we will not take action on the letter for AB 2181 by Assemblymember Berman. We now have Senate Bill 897. And I believe that Cities Association also acted on this one, Councilmember Flagger?
That's correct. We voted to oppose. And this city already discussed this motion and took a position.
Yes, and so there's been very minor amendment here that really didn't affect this. Councilmember Liang?
I'd be glad to make a motion again to send the letter to oppose Senate Bill 897.
Thank you, and I'll second that. City Clerk, please call roll.
If you agree with the motion on the table, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. This motion passes with a 5-0 vote. And
okay. This is a proposed letter of support. And I do not believe that the Santa Clara County Cities Association has even considered this in any way, correct?
We haven't.
Okay.
And I'll just say, it's rare that you see people supporting a Wiener bill.
Well, it shows you that it's not
This
about
area.
it's not about the person. It's always
And
about.
I should
the bill.
clarify in this area because he does have a lot of support statewide. That's why a lot of his bills become law. But I like the idea of supporting this bill as well.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to make a motion to approve?
So moved.
And I'll second that. Please call roll.
members of the council, if you agree with the motion to submit SB 922 as presented, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang.
I'm trying to double check what the VTA position was on this, so I wanted to come back to me, please.
Okay.
We will circle back. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. And I know that only gave you an extra 10 seconds, Councilmember Liang, but
Yeah.
are you ready?
I just wanted to abstain on this one because I think it was coming up for discussion and we haven't taken a clear position on it there. So I was hesitant to push it forward yet. So I would abstain on this one.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, this motion passes 4 in favor and 1 abstention.
Thank you.
And just a point of order,
Yes.
Mayor, question for Councilmember Liang. I'm curious, Councilmember Liang, and I really don't know the answer. When you vote on the VTA board, are you voting as, so for example, this passed 401. So if you were to vote on VTA, would you vote as the Los Altos representative and support it?
I would state that our city supported, and yes, I would.
Okay, thank you.
But I was just uncomfortable because I knew that there was some concerns about this. And I just wanted some clarity. I didn't finish reading the bill. And I did read the letter, but I still was uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Okay, we are rinsing and repeating. I believe this is the next one.
Right. Senate Bill 932. This one we have seen before, but we did not take a position on it. This is the one where I asked for input from Councilmember Weinberg. I received comments from him more so than suggested alterations to language. And then based on those comments, I did reach out to Jaime, our transportation consultant who had worked on a couple of the projects that were originally referenced in the first draft of this letter. And this letter now incorporates language that was validated with Jaime as to its accuracy, and also staff with respect to the finance comments that are made in this letter. Councilmember Lee Ing, you had your hand up, and then Vice
no,
Mayor.
sorry, go ahead. That was.
You were next.
Oh, sorry, Mayor,
Sorry.
my button
Vice,
slipped.
it's okay. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Thank you. So this version in front of us is not the one on which we received Councilmember Weinberg's comments.
Correct. This is a completely revised version based on those comments with additional input and actual text replacement by Jaime, and the complete deletion of reference to one of the that was in the original letter.
Okay, that would have been helpful to know, so I could have done
Well,
more.
I think the
Yeah.
Councilmember Weinberg's markup had been previously provided, so we just didn't repeat it in the packet because it had been provided already.
No, I know, but you're saying that this is a different version than he marked up.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Weinberg, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for waiting to take action on this and allowing me to give some more thorough input. Just for the record, I will note that the comments that I made, I think were intended to be included in the packet. 5 or 6 pages down from where the draft letter is in the packet is I think my comments to the old letter. But there's just a couple of minor corrections that you can see in the packet. Most of my comments were made as like sticky notes in a Word document. And I believe that Word document was sent to all the members of the council.
Yes, it
None of
was.
those comments actually appear in the packet. So my comments were quite extensive and had to do with just a lot of correcting facts and things of that nature. I will say that the letter we're looking at now appears to me to be factually correct. And I want to thank the subcommittee for talking with Jaime and obviously for spending a lot of time reworking this letter. I had real problems with the old letter beyond some of the factual issues. And I read the new letter 5 times and I'm not crazy about it. I don't think it's necessary for me to go into all the details. I also went back and reread the bill today another 3 times, which means I probably read that bill about 15 to 20 times now. Cutting to the chase, I will support this letter because I don't understand what this bill is supposed to accomplish. And based on that alone, I'm willing to oppose it, even though there's probably some kernels of wisdom in it. But the way it is right now, I just don't get it. And the more I read it, the less I understand it.
I understand your pain and frustration.
Than even what we say here.
Yeah, I understand your frustration. There are a number of bills that I read like that and I just go, what in the world? So I appreciate that. Councilmember Flagg.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one immaterial change and then one material change. So I think in that first paragraph, where it says circulation element of local general plans, is that supposed to be imposed costly?
Imposed past tense, imposes.
Exactly.
It should say, so thank you for picking that up. Would the city clerk please make note that in the fourth line of the first paragraph, there is a misspelled word. The 1, 2, 3, fourth word over. Impost should say imposes.
POSES. Thanks, Mayor. And then the more
Down,
substantive.
next line down. Next, wait a sec. He's going to do it dynamically. Down one line. There you go. Keep going right there. IMPOSES.
I'm just
So
going
the
to capture it
T-
on my notes here and I'll
Yeah, the
correct.
T needs to change to an
I cannot make the edit live. I'm sorry. This is a PDF
That's
document.
okay, but you have the note.
Yes, I've just captured it here. Yeah.
Okay, and Councilmember Flagger, you said there was a substantive change?
There is, and I raised this the first time you brought this to council, Mayor, and I know you had directed or asked Councilmember Weinberg to look at the letter, and so that happened in the intervening period. But as to the third paragraph, the sentence that
Wait,
says,
hang on just a sec. Let's get the third paragraph to where everyone can.
Okay,
please.
So where it says much of the plan remains unfunded, I do not feel comfortable with that line. And so I wanted to reword this sentence to read, the plan envisions using, and then it would pick up where it says state funding. So I suggest deleting much of the plan remains unfunded despite planned use of. I would delete that because it really concerns me that we have the statement, which I see which could be viewed as a criticism of our master plan, saying that a lot of
Understood, and I think that's just fine.
And so the sentence, Angel, if you're taking notes, it would now read, the plan envisions using, and then you would jump down to state funding.
Right, so you would delete much of the plan remains unfunded despite planned and use. And you would say instead the plan
envisions
using
state
funding from sources, blah, blah.
Thank you. And apart from those changes, Mayor, I will support this letter.
Okay, you want to make the motion?
So moved with the amendments stated for the record.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg, would you like to second this one?
Second.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for your input because it really, I mean, the first cut at this was just like, okay, we're not really sure. We're going to put some words here and see if we can't get it cleaned up. And it was very helpful. And then it was very helpful. I want to acknowledge Jaime's contribution in making sure that it was really, really correct. So would City Clerk, would you please?
Yes, if you agree with the motion on the table, please indicate so by saying yes. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ang.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
No, I didn't have the context to properly evaluate this, even though it sounds like a lousy bill.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes with a 4-1 vote.
Thank you. I think we're getting close to the end here, gang.
I believe this is the end.
I think that's it. I think that is the end. So thank you all very much for your assistance with this. And City Clerk, I will be in touch with you about the final addressees on this because a couple of these bills have actually moved from the committees they were in at the time these were prepared. And I didn't want to scramble everybody's brain by trying to send you revisions as to the addressees because it was the content that really mattered. So I'll be in touch with you, City Clerk, about this tomorrow or Thursday.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, our regular business is concluded. Thank you all. And we move to the tentative council calendar. usually we finally get to hear from the city manager at this point, who's been remarkably silent through the last 4 hours.
He's been eating ice cream.
You're busted.
That's funny. Mayor, the only note I have in council may make other changes or add future agenda items is that currently we have the Reach Code study session with the Environmental Commission scheduled on July 12th, and the tentative council calendar says August 23rd.
Okay, well, it's partly going to depend on a scheduling issue of how much other stuff that has, if we have things like development projects that would usurp the schedule, we would shift it, right? We'd need to, depending on just what the capacity is. Councilmember Flagger, you want to make a comment or an addition?
I do, and I want to thank Mr. England for pointing out that clarification on the REACH codes, because I was going to ask, as the council liaison to the Environmental Commission, I'm very familiar with the timeline they had outlined in order to meet the deadline of fall to have new REACH codes adopted. And the original date I know they needed for the study session was June 28th, and that did not happen today. And so I know they view July 12th as the drop dead day to do this study session. So I really hope we're able to move it forward so we do not put that big council priority at risk. So thank you for consider moving it up, but I think we're out of time in order to meet their timeline. So thank you for considering that.
And then I think we also were looking at the military equipment issue not coming until August.
Mayor, we meet with Captain Kraus tomorrow, the city attorney and I do.
No, Thursday.
Or
isn't it?
Thursday, sorry. And
Thursday.
We'll make a determination at that point, but it likely will.
Okay. All right. Any other changes that we should take note of? Okay. Then let us move to, I'm sorry, go ahead. My apologies, Councilmember Weinberg and Vice Mayor Meadows. I see you both have hands up. Who's first?
Now I just want to follow up on 41. Based upon the public comment we had earlier today and other discussions that I've had with members of the public, I think it may be prudent to put AB 481 on 2 separate meetings. If we meet on, if we talk about it July 12th, I think there's a good chance that we're going to want it to come back. So it may be worthwhile just putting AB 481 not only on July 12th, assuming that you think you're ready to go on July 12th, but also having it on at a later date as well.
Okay, I'm sure Mr. England will take that under advisement in his discussions and planning. And then Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so I don't know technically if this is the tentative calendar or if this is a future agenda item, but the open government came off of today's meeting. So I would view that as kind of a cleanup of tentative calendar. I would like to make sure that comes back to us. We had talked about it coming in May, and I know there's been some work done in the background, but I would propose that would come forward on July 12th.
It will likely not be ready on July 12th. It will require, we just got the feedback from staff a little over a week ago. And so we need time to digest that, frame a good report for you. And so the chances of having a meeting are just about 0. So, and we know we will have to talk further with staff. And right now staff is laser focused on getting the housing element done. And so we are loath to interfere with that. That has to be priority 1. So we're working around all of that, but we will bring it back just as soon as we can make it happen.
So I don't quite understand why the staff's answer to your questions can't just be part of an agenda item. Can we at the very least bring the story poll policy? Well, I'll second the vice mayor's motion that this come back on July 12th. And if the subcommittee doesn't have a chance to meet before then, I understand that's a risk. I don't see why that's necessary. But if nothing else, I would like to see the story poll policy come to us no later than July 12th.
Well, it's all going to come as part of the task of the Open Government Committee. We reported initially on what we were doing, and we will bring it when we are ready and we've done our work. We have work to do. It's it's not a single issue. There's multiple issues there that we're taking up. We're trying to be thorough in what we prepare and bring back to you. And we're aware of the concerns, the interests and the sensitivities.
To build on that, we did previously, I can't recall whether it was 6 months ago or something in a time frame like that. We did have 3 council members advocate to bring story poll policy back.
And we also said we were putting it in the open government.
And then we said that,
yes.
and then open government said that, but it hasn't come back to us. And in fact, story poll policy is a policy of council. It has its own policy. So, I think it's fair
to take that up with the city manager, with the city attorney as to the propriety of that. But my understanding was it was an element of the Open Government Committee and we were supposed to look at all of it. And it's in the context of and how story polls a part of public outreach and public noticing about activity community. So we are looking at it in that context. And we should not be discussing this item any further tonight. So
Mayor,
before I'm anticipating the city attorney is not ready to come in here and tell me to close my mouth. So I'm going to close it now.
I'm not talking about that, Mayor, but
There's been a
I'm
motion
making my
to bring it
comment.
back on July 12th and a second to bring it back on July 12th.
My hand is up.
Councilmember Liang.
If we just look at this agenda, I just want to make sure that we don't want to rush through things that are important that we wanted to address. Our housing element is #1 priority that day. You wanted to address AB 481. That's going to have another long and lengthy input and discussion. We have Complete Streets Master Plan on there. I mean, we have a lot of heavy items on that day. I don't think we want to rush it. And then when we come to that day, we're only going to probably end up continuing it.
And this is why in our norms, it says that the mayor and the city manager together develop the agenda. And we're trying to manage a lot of priorities and a lot of deadlines, thinking about what Councilmember Flagger said a moment ago with respect to reach codes and environmental. And no one on this council wants to meet until 2 a.m. So we're trying to, I thought we might get out of here at 11. We might make it by 11:15. And I'm going to, close discussion on this at this point, move to council reports and anything else on other future agenda items.
Well, just making sure, Mayor.
Council member, I said we are closed here. Do you have a report on any activity or other future agenda items?
Well, I'm looking at okay, I guess I can't because it's on the calendar that I would have a question about.
You have a question about something on the calendar?
Yeah, because we're supposed to have also budget stuff come back and I don't see it on the calendar.
Okay, then that's a different question. City manager, is there something about budget that you're expecting that isn't shown on the calendar?
I can't think of what it is right now. But I'd be happy to hear what Councilmember Liang is referencing.
Because we're supposed to be talking about fees coming back, and I thought that was coming back, and I don't see it on the calendar.
The fee topic was the direction we received from council at the council retreat, and we have that out for RFP. I believe we actually awarded the RFP and doing work on it yet, and we'll schedule that once we have the report back.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, council reports. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to call upon Mr. England as part of his staff report to just share with council and the public an overview of the steps the city is taking with regards to the drought conditions. There's been a lot in the news and I know I've been asked about it. And so if he could take the time just to share what are the things the city is doing, what's happening now and what may be coming forward, I think that would be very helpful.
Well, would you like me to address that now?
Sure, please.
Our water providers obviously are communicating changes to water consumption and adding certain restrictions. The city has referred low impact water development standards, or sometimes they're called like reach codes for water, to the Environmental Commission to hear a presentation. And if the Environmental Commission's in favor of that, then we'll refer that to the full city council for consideration. I forget the acronym up here. I think it's MOENDO. It's
Mawendo. I brought it up last meeting, city manager, sorry. I just didn't want to interrupt you, but I brought that up at the last meeting.
correct. They're common in Southern California and very effective. So we're looking forward to that presentation at the Environmental Commission.
And in the meantime, we do have water restrictions with respect to outdoor watering. It's been well publicized, I think, in the papers. I think we're on Tuesdays and Saturdays for odd numbered, and I think it's Wednesdays and Sundays or Mondays and Fridays. I can't remember, for even numbered. So anything we can do that helps publicize that, I think, is helpful.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilmember Flagger?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, and thank you for your assistance tonight with reporting out on the Cities Association legislative material. Councilmember Weinberg, do you have anything?
No.
Vice Mayor Meadows, I'm just going across my screen here.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Liang.
So once again, that's the MOENDO is the Model Water Efficient New Development Ordinance. So what that is also is things that we could do to better add ordinance to our new developments as well. So I don't see that it is only for the Environmental Commission. It's something that we have to adopt for new developments as well. So either we have a discussion on it and then we can provide directions to both of our commissions to do that. So I know there's a lot of discussions on gray water plumbing that we can possibly look at and make recommendations for single family and multifamily developments. And we got to update our ordinances to include such matter, and whether we want hot water recirculation systems in new development as well. So that's not just an Environmental Commission item. So either we can have that for further discussion and then decide if we want to provide direction to our commissions, just as that, like I suggested. So I worked with the water district staff as well as our own staffing, but I would like to see it in some of our developmental codes. So if we would like, I don't mind having that discussion, and then we can better make that direction. So I don't mind adding it as a future agenda item.
I think Councilmember Liang, you're correct. It's more than the Environmental Commission. If after the discussion, council wants to proceed, the likely path would be to the Planning Commission first to make a recommendation to council.
And I think what we have to consider is, does council need to see it before that and give direction, or is it proceeding well to come up through planning and then to council? And that's, I think, something we can trust Mr. England.
Well, we can also have the water district staff, and we have water district staff that is willing to make a presentation to our council. So as a future agenda item, I would like to recommend that we should have that education as a council have the water district staff present that to us. Then we can better.
As an educational item for us.
Yes.
Okay.
So do you have two to bring it to a future agenda item?
I will add that I think having it as an educational thing for the city council is important. I think the scheduling is something that we have to integrate with what's going on in moving the possible ordinances forward. And I think that requires, I'll talk with the city
I'd be
manager
glad
about that
to,
as
I'd
well.
be glad to work with the mayor and to arrange to have the
Okay.
appropriate water district staff come to do that presentation.
I only have good things to report. We had a wonderful event this last weekend that was a collaborative effort between the Public Arts Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission. Very successful at Grant Park with a bunch of kids painting friendship rocks, and they're creating a little friendship garden. And so you got to paint one for the garden, one to go home. The parents were there. We had adults painting rocks as well. And I think it was great to have that kind of collaboration happening between the commissions. So it was really, really super event. And
Reminder, tomorrow's ribbon cutting.
yes, yes, tomorrow is ribbon cutting at the dog parks. So we'll be seeing people. I think I may only make one of those because of a prior commitment, but we'll be out at Hillview at 3:30, right? All right. Anything further from staff?
Mackenzie
other
at 4.
Any further announcements? Mr. England, anything else?
No, Mayor.
Yay, then I am going to declare this meeting adjourned at 11:17. Good night.
Wait. You have.
Oh.
I was waiting for this. Then you
My-
need to.
Oh, pardon me.
You need to make a motion to adjourn this meeting to the June 30th meeting
We
at
have
7 p.m.
lost. We have lost a bunch of people.
We need to get them back on.
We have to get them back on. We're gonna have to call them. I will call.
I'm emailing the council right now as well, Mary Nander.
City attorney, I am so sorry.
And I kept waiting for a break to.
You have to.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
Sorry, I thought we all said goodnight. You're muted, Mayor.
Okay, I just reached Vice Mayor, so she'll log back in, then we'll have everyone back.
And we need a motion to adjourn.
Yep, I got it.
And then, yeah,
Yep, I got it.
and then we need to post it. So,
Yes.
Lisa, you're bringing Max tomorrow.
Okay, so we have everyone back. I would like to move that the council adjourn to a regular meeting, regular city council meeting to be held on Thursday, June 30, 2022 at 7 p.m. to take up the matter that was item 9 on the consent calendar for tonight, the wireless telecommunication facilities ordinance. May I have a second? First,
I'll be glad to second.
is that adequate, City Attorney?
yes, and we're going to repost the agenda and with the notice of adjournment.
Okay, and it will be posted in accordance with our norms and procedures and the Brown Act. And a second from Councilmember Lee Eng, I believe. City Clerk, would you please call roll?
Yes, if you agree to continue tonight's meeting to Thursday at 7 p.m. as the mayor has indicated, please respond in the affirmative. Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you all. Motion passes 5-0 to continue tonight's meeting to Thursday at 7. We will see you
Okay.
there.
Once more with staff, anyone from staff, if there is anything further, don't raise your hand, just jump right in, please. Going once. Going twice. Adjourned at 11:22.